is my team. You know what that means. This is for the black and blue that I bleed. This is for the chance to bring home that ring. But everybody gonna doubt this. So far there ain't been another way around it. We bring heat to the game each week. They just say we ain't got what it takes. We ain't bout it. Well, y'all can just keep saying that we ain't gonna make it. But at the end of the day, this will be the Panthers nation. You know, this ain't a game to us major players at every angle that you can think of. That's why you hate us. Get out the way of greatness. You can look at our faces and see the blood, sweat, and tears that it took to create this. Yeah, I know what you're thinking, but you can save it. Cause even on the darkest of days, you know we're always gonna find a way to tell them what we gon' do. We gotta
Hey, hey, hey. We are live. What's good, folks? What's good? What's good? Alright. Give me just one moment. And we'll get this thing started. Alright. Alright. There we go. Alright. Just cleaning up the last of my messages here. It's been a busy night, y'all. My phone's been going off like a nuclear bomb tonight. And, this entire afternoon, really. And I've just had all kinds of stuff to do, so I've got delayed before I could stream. So I apologize that it's so late tonight. But, you know, we're here. We're here. I'm gonna wait one more minute here. Shout out to Dimitrik. How you doing? And shout out to Lock Poppy, who's in YouTube chat right now. What's going on? Welcome on in. If you are new to the stream, hit that like and sub button if you are on YouTube. And leave a comment down below if you feel like doing so. If you enjoy the stream, if you content, if you enjoy the videos that we are posting here, go check that out, man. Go ahead, man. Just go ahead and hit that like button. If you haven't done so already, please do. And if you have not seen the Facebook group page, go check that out. Hit the like button. Hit that follow button. And become a member on there. It's totally free. Everything we do here is free. For in-game posts, polls, opinions, reactions to NFL news, schedules for the channel, and, of course, the Yahoo Sports Keep Pounding Fantasy Football League. We cover all variety of topics of Carolina Panthers football here, as well as around the league, so let's get this popping, guys. Alright. First order of business for today, before we talk about the game at all, I want to talk about Robbie Anderson. Let's just get right to the elephant in the room. This dude was up in the face of our coaches today and making himself look like a fool. And I'm not cool with that. Alright? I'm not cool with that at all. I've been saying this since the man came to Carolina That type of toxicness is what we do not need in Carolina. Please trade him tomorrow. The man got kicked out of the game for being stupid, and rightfully so. You want to get up in the coach's face, that is not the way to handle your business. Now, I understand that you didn't get any deep passes today, thrown to you. Oh, wah, too bad. Get over it. DJ Moore has been lackluster this year as far as getting passes thrown to him too. You don't see him complaining. TMJ and Shi Smith haven't gotten that much playing time. You don't see them complaining. Get over yourself, Robbie. Seriously. It's getting annoying. You bashed the fans, you bashed everybody but Matt Rule, which was the source of the problem. Then you got pissed off that Matt Rule got fired. Oh, la-ti-da. About 95% of the fan base was going absolutely crazy on Twitter because, we got rid of the source of our problems here in Carolina. But Robbie Anderson just could not handle it. And he just goes off on the coaches, and it's just, it's a sad sight to see, man. It really is. I don't like seeing that on my sidelines. And I know y'all don't either. We've been Panthers fans for how long now? And to sit here and say that we put up with that kind of toxicness is unacceptable in Carolina. And I don't like trading people, but in this case, it's necessary. All right, we're about to get a 3rd round pick for this dude. Probably. At this rate, if he thinks that his trade value might have gone down because he didn't get any deep ball threats, honestly, I don't think this dude really wants to be here. He just wants a bag. And now that he knows that he has to compete, oh my goodness, let's get up in the coach's face. Yeah, that's a real mature way to handle it, man. God. I told y'all I didn't want him here. I told y'all from the very beginning I did not want him here. That was a Matt Rule move. So, what else can I say right now? Dude's probably getting traded tomorrow. End of conversation on that one. Alright, so let's move on to more important things. Vietnam says DJ is complaining, but not on the sideline or publicly. Then where is he complaining? Is it Twitter or where? Because I haven't seen anything. If you guys have, send me something. Dimitri says we just gotta wait until next year with the new head coach. Robbie Anderson must go. To get rid of him in the morning. Yeah. Absolutely. It's sad to actually have to ask for a player to get traded, but we're here now. What are we going to do? You can't just willy-nilly act like nothing is going on, and just move on. The man just got up in the coach's faces now. That's strike 3 as far as I'm concerned. Put him on the trading block. And Steve Smith would not call him out on air. That's another good point. Thank you, Vietnam. I agree. That is one of the most frustrating things when he's one of the sources of our problems in this locker room. And the GOAT will not call him out. Agent 89. That's not good. Yeah, Steve's been in contact with his wide receivers. Exactly. And he didn't notice this? Surely he did. Like, I refuse to believe he didn't. At this rate, I mean, it's completely obvious. Alright, so with that in mind, we're looking at a couple other things I wanted to discuss. You know, the first are these trade rumors, you know, that are still floating around about CMC. You know, they're true apparently because Fox threw them out there today during the game. And I was like, really? I know y'all heard them talking about CMC, man. I know y'all heard it. And here's another one. You got NBC's Sunday Night Football people that are calling out Robbie Anderson getting kicked out of the game. Now, mind you, these guys did not care one iota about this team unless it's negative Nancy news. Unless it's negative news, they don't care. Now all of a sudden they care. Y'all notice this? Because it's been going on all year. That's ESPN. That's all the news media outlets. All the major ones. None of these guys care about us until we got negative news to share. Oh, we're going 1-something record. Oh, let's put that on the news tablets. You know, in Twitter and everywhere else. Let's put that everywhere. Oh, Robbie Anderson got kicked out of a game. Oh, let's spread that everywhere. Yeah, that's big news. That's huge news. Carolina sucks, right? Come on, man. Why is it that every time we get noticed, it's for something negative in the press? Why? Why? And don't feed me this line of, oh, we don't have enough money, we don't have enough success nonsense. No. These people are looking for a reason to do this garbage. And I'm sick and tired of it. I'm calling out every one of them that's doing it. I'm telling you, I am. And frankly, I didn't have a problem with the media until they started messing with our videotaping rule in training camp. That's where it really started the war for me. So, if any of these media people want to come up on here, man, bring it. Y'all are welcome up in here. But I'm just telling you right now, know what to expect. I'm going to throw some fireballs at you. You better be ready to catch them. Now, what can we expect from the players that Steve Wilks coached up versus Matt Rule? This is where I'm going to start being a little bit positive and start this stream on a positive note. Because that's where we need to go. Alright? I'm encouraged by what I saw today. When I start looking at this game, I'm encouraged. And let me tell you all why. When you looked at that defense today, what did you see? You saw discipline on the line. You didn't see any of these guys going offsides. You didn't see any of these guys doing anything stupid. Really. You know, besides the usual dumb penalties, which honestly, you could argue 50-50 on the roughing call. But anyway, yeah, the D-line was incredibly disciplined. I have to give them their due and their credit. This is Steve Wilks doing, ladies and gentlemen. You just saw it right in front of you on your television screen today. These guys, immediate changes came to this defense today. Immediate. You saw confidence. You saw aggressive play calling. You saw, and I'll explain what I mean by aggressive play calling. Okay? Here's the difference between Phil Snow and Steve Wilks / Al Holcomb, that are both defensive-minded coaches. All right? From the Ron Rivera championship era. Now, Phil Snow, we all know, is going to put everybody into a big, long zone defense situation on a 3rd and 12 situation. Or a 3rd and 18 situation. Alright? Which is what I saw today in that first quarter. We would give up about 7-8 yards. These guys would get maybe 5 more off the yards after the catch. And get the first down. Due to horrible zone coverage defensive play calling. It has nothing to do with the players out there. Because we all know they can cover people. They just proved that today. Every one of them proved that today. Even Shaq. Especially Shaq. As a matter of fact. Turning his biggest weakness into a strength. And I've been harping on Shaq's coverage ability. That he needs to fix it. There you go. You saw it today. 2 pass deflections. Great job, Shaq. That's my dog right there. Love seeing that. So under Steve Wilks, you saw Miles Hartsfield, who everybody was trashing this week, by the way, before this game, come up and stop a screenplay. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, he came up out of coverage in a short coverage situation and shut down the screen instead of his own defense. This is the difference between Wilks and Phil Snow. Wilks understands how to get everybody in the right places at the right times to make the play. The only thing that was missing were stopping the screen plays. These guys were just wreaking havoc on us in the fourth quarter. Which, the offense was not, putting drives together. So the defense was on the field way too long and they were tired. So I give them that, as a good reason why they struggled in the fourth. I'll give them that. And I've been giving them that. But at the same time, I'm seeing them stop the run on the D-line, and I'm going, now wait a minute. If we could stop these draw plays, why can't we stop the screen? I figured out exactly what was going on when I saw how many people were in the box in those situations. You see about... When we're running a 4-3, you see about 4 people on the defensive line. You see about maybe 2 linebackers lined up behind them. And then all the rest of these guys are moving pieces, right? They kind of go all over the place. So they follow the wide receivers. They follow whoever they're attached to. So, when you see about 6 people in the box, okay, your first thought is, okay, well, maybe we could run it up the middle. If you're the Rams, right? You're thinking, okay, let's toss up a draw play. Let's toss up an ISO. For a little bit. See, no problem there. But here's the problem with this. If we had Frankie Louvu out there, those outside corners would be covered. You would not have sweep plays. You would not have counter plays. You would not have all this reverse stuff going on. None of that. Louvu would shut that down if he was healthy and on the field, which I did see him for one play late in the fourth quarter. It did seem that he was active and it seemed like he was okay. So, great. A little late, but great. But the thing here is, when you look at this defense, you're thinking, okay, well, the old Panthers like to go blitz heavy. If you looked at McDermott, he liked to go blitz heavy. This is just who he is. You know what I mean? All right, so Wilkes is kind of the same way. He's kind of cut from that same cloth. And Al Holcomb likes to blitz too because he was in control of the linebackers. I was like, okay, cool. Blitzing is fine. Let's not overdo it. Which the problem is we overdid it. Guess what we didn't have on the outside? The person that was blitzing. Guess what they picked up on? The fact that that person was not there. All of a sudden you saw screenplay, 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 screenplay. And they got God knows how many yards off of us because of those plays. And we did not adjust. Take your people out of the blitz packages and move them over to shut down the screens. It's not complicated. It's a simple fix. That's my solution to that problem. That's my advice. For you guys to get that advice now, but hey, there you go. It's out there. It's available info. Do with it what you will. Maybe you can learn from it and go into the next game and figure out how to fix it from there on. Alright, so because we did not stop the screenplays, they wreaked some serious havoc on us. We missed a lot of tackles, and eventually it led to points. Now, I'm going to say this. I don't blame Dante Jackson for that first touchdown, and I'm going to tell you is why. The reason why. The reason why here is because Matthew Stafford is just Matthew Stafford. Sometimes he just beats you, okay? Sometimes he just does. He just wins the battle. And he sees you not turning the right way in a red zone situation. Oh, there goes the wide receiver by a step and a half. Touchdown. It happens, dude. I mean, corners get beat like that all the time by veteran quarterbacks. They can look the other way and then they can fool you like that and make you think, oh, okay, the ball might be going the other direction. Nope, it's going to the guy that just burnt you. So, Dante Jackson comes back later on and he says, okay, I got to make up for this. Pick 6. And I mean, that was electrifying. That put the energy back into all the Panthers fans out there. And I got to say, I could hear the yells from Carolina country all the way through North and South Carolina when I saw that pick six. Because I was joining them. I was joining y'all, man. God, that was electric. That was beautiful right there. That reminded me of the old days, you know? It reminded me of that Thomas Davis pick on Aaron Rodgers back in 15. Y'all remember that, don't you, in 2015? Woo-wee! that last drive of Aaron Rodgers, he was about to go into the red zone and beat us in 15. Here comes Thomas Davis. Pick! Woo! You could hear those fans all the way throughout the entire Southeast. All the way from Charlotte. I mean, it was lit. If you could transfer that type of energy to the rest of this team right now and have them do electrifying stuff like that, we'd be in the driver's seat in the South right now. You know we would. Ain't no doubt in my mind. But you got to keep people healthy, though. That's the thing. And we're down to yet another emergency quarterback from the practice squad. And, man, oh man. Did C. Wilkes enter in as the head coach at the wrong time, though? I'll tell you that. That's just bad luck. But he's fixing this team little by little, and I'm so proud of him, man. He's doing such a great job already. With the first practice being electric and pads crunching and just everybody earning their keep, you know? I mean, the dude's doing wonders. And like I said, you'll see the differences on the defense first. You won't see it on the offense yet. But you've already seen the difference on the D-line to start out. Then it's going to spread to the secondary. And you saw the secondary today start doing work. It didn't... I mean, you're out there watching Shaq play better coverage than I've seen him play in 5 years. I was like, who is this dude? I was like, who is this dude? Hold up now. We got 2 pass deflections by Shaq? What is going on here? I mean, that was beautiful, man. That was absolutely beautiful. And when you talk about that D-line, you gotta mention Derrick Brown. And I officially have to eat some crow here. I have to. This dude is no longer in the bust category. He is actually a good defensive tackle. I think we made a good choice. He just needed to be coached up. Remember how I said earlier that we needed to just coach up some people? Little did any of us know that Derrick Brown would be on that list. Okay, I did not expect that. If you would have asked me about it a week ago, what players we should have been throwing on the trade block, I would have said Derrick Brown. Now, I'm eating my words. I am completely eating my words. Derrick Brown has gone out there and he has proven on the run stopping ability that he has the ability to do this at the highest level. You know, and granted, this is a team that struggled with the run, probably last in the league. But, you know, maybe I'm overhyping the guy a little bit. Maybe. But he actually had a really good game. I'm proud of him. You know, he's been struggling. He came out there and he balled out. What can I say? I got to give him his props. I got to give him his love. I've been saying week after week, oh, Derek Brown needs to show up. He needs to show up. He needs to show up. Well, he showed up the last few games. He showed up. Props to him. That's what we're looking for, ladies and gentlemen. That's what we need. When I see players with these redemption stories, man, that's what I'm talking about right there. Him and Shaq, both redemption stories today. And this is the most beautiful thing in the world. All these guys needed was a little coaching from Steve Wilkes. And here's the thing. I did see Shaq play decent coverage for, in flashes last year. And I said, okay, if this dude can play coverage in flashes, why can't he start playing it for an entire quarter? If he can play it for one quarter, can he play it for 2 quarters? If he can play it for 2 quarters, can he play it for the entire game? You know what I'm saying? Let's see how far this can go. That's what's got me excited right now. Because Steve Wilkes is coaching these people up properly, and he's doing an excellent job. So, granted, we ran into a lot of bad luck today with injuries. We had the corners injured and hurt, so we got burned a lot in the corner spot. Yeah, that happens when you've got injuries. I would have loved to have J.C. Horn out there shutting down Cooper Kupp. I would have loved to see that happen because I feel like he could do it. I actually feel like he could do it. He's got the talent. He's got the skills. He's been shutting people down all year. You can look at the rankings on the PFF grade. You can look at it everywhere. Dude's putting up numbers, man. When he's healthy and he's in, more power to the man. I mean, I'd love to see him back out there. Unfortunately, the Rams caught us at a bad moment, and we didn't have him in. And it sucks because we could have limited Cooper Kupp's damage by a lot, actually. Horn was actually in on some of those screen stops and run stops on sweep plays and counter plays. So, we lost a major piece of the run stopping ability on the outside. Same with Luvu. And it hurt a lot. So, I say we stick with this same defensive game plan. I think it's working. I think Al Holcomb knows what he's doing. Yes, we did give up some, but our defense held him to 24 points. This is a Rams offense capable of getting like 35. I believe that. The running game was working for him. The screen game was working for him. It just couldn't get those passes over the middle, that everybody's been used to getting on us. They couldn't get those. Because our Shaq stepped up, we had Luvu in on a run stop. He was finally healthy. Corey Littleton stepped up. So the linebackers stepped up today. I give them credit. With that being said, I think we're on a good mission here defensively. We're heading in the right direction. We know exactly what we want to do. We have an identity on defense. And it showed today. And we just took it to the next level today. Is basically what we did. We took away that garbage zone defense, in those bad situations that we don't need it in, and we took out the 3-3-2 in those situations where we don't need it in. And Al Holcomb says, okay, let's run it like the old days. Let's run that defense like the old days, man. Just like Luke Kuechly did, just like Thomas Davis did back in the old days. Let's make this defense shine, And they did. For a good chunk of this game, they did. If the offense had done their job properly, you'd probably be looking at 14 points instead of 24. Real talk. I believe that. Because if you got the defense that enough rest, even without J.C. Horn in there, even without Frankie Luvu, even without Jeremy Chin out there, they could still limit the Rams' schedule. You got to find a way around that. When these guys get back on the field and they're healthy again, look out. By taking Sean Chandler out of the picture and putting Hartsfield in, you are essentially making this a top 10 worthy defense in all areas. And we are now, starting to catch up in takeaways. We're starting to catch up in pass deflections. It's starting to be real nice, y'all. I'm feeling real encouraged by this defense right now. I'm loving it. We got a lot of potential, man. We still got some work to do on it. I'm not saying we got the best defense out there, but, it's top 10 worthy. Top 10 to top 12, where I had us projected, with the talent that we have. Under a decent defensive coordinator, which we have one now, I'd say we're sitting in a really good driver's seat spot with this defense. The identity is showing up every week consistently. We're playing well consistently, and it's showing. Guys, it is. You saw it on tape. You guys saw it live for 3 quarters. Right in front of you. That is the Steve Wilks difference, ladies and gentlemen. I called this for weeks on end. I said, if Wilks takes over, this is exactly what you're going to see. And it feels good to be right. It really does. Steve Wilks has proven me right. And I could not be more thrilled right now to be right about this one. Because, man, I tell you what, watching this defense work in that first quarter was like water in a Sahara Desert. It really was. And we have been going through the Sahara Desert with Phil Snow, with Matt Rule, with the whole squad, man. It really has felt like that in all areas. So, to come back and be like, okay, well, this defense has some fight in them again. This D-line has a fight, bulldog mentality out there. It felt real good, man. They actually won the battle on the trenches today. Did y'all notice that? Look how many pass rushes we had compared to when Phil Snow was taking over this team. Look how many pressures we got on Stafford today. And if we can get that on Stafford with a injured center and an injured offensive tackle, but most of their line intact, imagine how many pressures we can get against offensive lines like Tampa Bay's, who's been really struggling. That's next week. Imagine us battling against people like the Saints coming up later on this year. You know, this is very, very encouraging. And I think people should really buy into this defense because I'm buying into it. Um, uh, I will say, be cautious when you buy into Dante Jackson when it comes to coverage. Um, because we've had a few issues where he did get burnt today. So hopefully he'll clean that up and he'll get that figured out. But he did get burnt crispy by Cooper Kupp, man. It was nasty. But I mean, that's half of that is Cooper Kupp being Cooper Kupp, and the other half of it is Dante Jackson just not really getting it done on those certain plays. I mean, in the fourth quarter, granted, he's going to be tired. I'll grant you that. He's been making plays all day. He's going to be tired. Stuff is going to happen. All right? But for 3 quarters, the dude made plays. You can't deny it. Stafford was afraid to throw that ball over there for a good chunk of the game. For a reason. So, his counterpart, Keith Taylor, this is where I've got a problem because Keith Taylor ain't it, man. I mean, there's a reason this dude is 4th on our depth chart. He ain't it. We need another corner. And I don't know about Tay Hayes. Jury's still out, But what I can tell you right now is Keith Taylor ain't it. We got to keep digging and try to find somebody. Right now, we've got CJ Henderson, and Henderson has had his issues, but I mean, honestly, so far I've been okay with Henderson. I know a lot of people are going to bash me for that opinion, but honestly, CJ did have a couple of bad moments. I'll grant you that. I believe that CJ is going to turn out okay. He's going to be okay as our 3rd guy. Not a problem. He's been holding down the fort so far. He's been stopping some run plays. I'm not to the point where I'm putting CJ into the yellow area right now. I think he's still barely in the green, and he's still doing okay. But Keith Taylor ain't it, man. We got to find a replacement. With all due respect to Keith, and I mean, he's a great guy. Don't get me wrong, he's a great guy. But he's just not the right fit for us, going forward. We need a stronger presence in the corner room, handling that business out there, and not getting burnt in coverage. And I saw it 3 or 4 or 5 times with Keith, and I was like, that's not what we're looking for here. So, like I said, we still got a lot of work to do, but at the same time, it's so encouraging to see what this defense is becoming right now. Imagine Luvu back in there. Imagine J.C. Horn back. Imagine all these guys back. Jeremy Chin back on that defense. That's going to be a nasty defense. If our offense can ever get their act together, this could be a real interesting team. Very, very quickly. I don't. Our offensive line issues are still our offensive line issues, to be honest. We still haven't gotten that cleaned up. Cameron Irving is not it. I can tell you that right now. This dude ain't it either. He's had long enough to get his act together in Carolina, on that offensive line. He's had multiple starts last year. We gave him a chance this game too, and he choked again. So, I mean, yeah, I gotta say the word choked because it happened. And a lot of people would say, oh, well, that perfectly describes this team today. No, it didn't. Not exactly. If you look at that defense, we could have gave up a lot more points. Let's be real here, y'all. We could have gave up a ton more points. This is the Rams offense. These guys ain't no joke. Cooper Kupp is a monster. He's a straight monster. He was breaking tackles like left and right today. So if we didn't get our act together, secondary wise, that man could have run circles around this defense. And that's the Steve Wilks difference. We got these guys disciplined. We got them coming up in coverage. We got them playing well. And it shut it down. We'll get to the offense in a second, guys. I know y'all want to talk about it. Be patient. But right now, I want to spread some positivity, man. Because I'm liking what I'm seeing right now. And this is a different team than what we were looking at before. Defensively, it's better. It's much improved. We still got so much to do. Oh my goodness. But, this is the first week of a new era under Wilks. It'll come. Piece by piece, it will come. We just got to take it one issue at a time and try to solve them, and heal from all the damage that Matt Rule did. So, and I think today we took and let's keep that consistency going. They played 4 whole quarters, won the battle on the trenches on the D-line. That hasn't happened in a whole year, y'all. When is the last time we could say the D-line actually won a battle in the trenches? It's been a minute. It has been a straight minute and a half. So, I'm real happy with that. And you'll notice after about, 3 quarters worth of time, we only had 2 penalties. Think about that. That's disappointing. That is disappointing. How long has it been since we could say we actually had discipline on that D-line? So... Now, granted, we did have that one pass interference, but, you could go either way on that one. If you want to call it, you can call it, but, honestly, I don't see it. But I also want to talk about that challenge that we put out there of the catch. That actually was not brought in. And by rule, you have to bring that ball in and have control of it all the way to the ground. He did not have full control of that going to the ground. And that's the interesting thing. The refs still ruled it a catch, and we lost a timeout because of it, which is very disappointing in the second half there. But still worth the timeout. That is worth the challenge. I fully approve of that red flag that he threw, and I'm here for it. That was the correct time to do that because that was a huge shift in momentum towards the Rams' direction. You know, if they kept that drive going, and they did, you know, it's leading to points. Because, I mean, Cup was on fire that drive. Like, he was just moving the chains left and right. We had to do something, man. Wilkes saw his opportunity and he took it. I'm pleased with it. So, that being said, let's go to the chat before I start talking about the offense. We've got shout out to Donna B. How you doing? I've seen you in a few different people's live stream chats. Appreciate it. Appreciate y'all coming in here and hanging out with us. David Screws says we have a lot of injuries. Also, that's hurting us. That's true. You know, will I react to the Steve Smith video again today? I mean, it's kind of late tonight, y'all. So I may do that. I might finish that up for the preview for the Buccaneers game next week. It is the Bucs next week, right? Yeah, it is. I believe so. Let me double check. Yes. We're at home against the Bucs. Alright, so it is shifting back to a 1 o'clock schedule, y'all. So be aware of that. Yeah. We'll eventually get back to that, y'all. I know y'all were looking forward to me going through that. But I really want to heavily focus on the game today while it's fresh in my mind, if y'all don't mind. And then if we got time tonight, we may do it. You know, I do want to make sure I get enough sleep, though. You know what I mean? Because I got stuff that I got planned for tomorrow, so. David says, it's sad we are down to our last quarterback besides Hecker. That final emergency quarterback, DJ Moore. Whew. God help us if we have to use DJ Moore as an emergency quarterback. We are really screwed if we get that far down. CMC can throw the ball too. That is true. He threw a touchdown a few years ago on Monday Night Football. Yes, that is correct. He did. CMC is so dynamic. Why can't we... You know, we can't just trade him. Thank you, Lock Poppy. Amen. You just explained to everybody right there why this man should stay in Carolina. That word dynamic. I want to center in on that right there because if y'all understand the versatility and the dynamics of CMC, we cannot move this man. You're absolutely correct, Lock Poppy. We're at that point. I don't care what they're offering us. They could be offering us a king. McAdoo getting fired tomorrow. Yes, that is correct. Probably. If it ain't tomorrow, it's going to be in the next few weeks. You know, be prepared. Be checking that news feed, y'all. But yeah, all these people that wanted CMC traded, man, they don't want to hear this, though. They don't want to hear the fact that he's dynamic. No. They don't want to hear the fact that he's consistent and that he put up over 150 yards today. No. Let's not even talk about that. Nope. We're not even going to discuss that one, are we? Are we? Are we? Y'all gonna just totally ignore the fact that this man just went right back to the old CMC just in 1 week. You know, granted, we have other weapons on this offense, but yeah, you're just gonna ignore the fact that he racked up another 150 plus game. Oh, but he's an injury risk. Oh, he's an injury risk. He's an injury risk. That's all y'all care about. That's your entire argument. Like, that's all I hear on social media is, oh, CMC is such an injury risk. Man, give me a freaking break. He's not a stick, okay? This dude bounced back from like 3 years worth of injuries. So don't tell me he's an injury risk at this point. When he is on the field, he is way worth the risk. As long as you don't overuse him. I've been saying it over and over and over again. Stop overusing CMC. Then he won't get injured. Which, guess what we did? We split up the carries between him, Chuba, and Foreman. Guess who stayed healthy today? Thank you! I want my credit for that one. Because I've been preaching that for weeks on end, like a broken record. Thank you. I want my credit for that. There is no reason why this man should be on that IR again and again and again because you overused him. And you act like he's the only weapon we have. Ben McAdoo, come on, man. Open your eyes. We've got DJ Moore. We've got Terrence Marshall Jr. We've got Shi Smith. Robbie got kicked out of the game, so we're not even counting him. You know, open your eyes, man. We got options. We have options. Why do we need just purely screen game? That's the frustration I had with him today. You know, and it was just screenplay after screenplay after screenplay. It was just like, stop. Stop it. Stop it. Like, you're driving me nuts, buddy. Alright. Let me get to the rest of these comments, then I'm going to explain to you why I've got a problem with this. And I'm going to explain to you exactly what this offense should be versus what it is right now. And what we can do to fix it. If we still want to go that route. Versus what would happen if we went a different route. Alright, too much vanilla offense, correct. I just pointed that out. Screenplay after screenplay after screenplay. You think they're not going to cue in on that? Come on, man. It's the NFL. It really is. It's the most basic garbage. It's like doing a draw play on every first down. Hint, hint to the offensive coordinator that we all know from the John Fox era. You know who you are. Oh, man. Those were the days. Oh, my God. If there's ever a time in Panthers history where you wanted to hit your head against the wall over and over and over again, that was it. Oh, and not to mention a certain quarterback from Notre Dame. Which we also will not mention. But, you know, that was the old days. And just watching the bubble screens over and over and over again just fail over and over and over again. Because you didn't get anything exciting out of it. You know. Come on. I'm going to tell you why you failed. It's real easy. It's real easy. Guys, it seriously is. McAdoo, where are you? You're fired. You're fired. I know, right? Locke agreed. Yep. Can we please put Higgins in the game? Yes. Yes, yes, and yes. Where was Higgins today? Where was Higgins? We tried to get Shai the ball, but, I mean, that was in coverage. We tried to get TMJ the ball. He was in coverage. Come on. Where was Higgins? Are we even using him? What does he chop liver on our wide receiver board right now? That frustrated me, man. I'm with y'all. Only time we saw him on TV today was him backing off Robbie, yelling at the coach. Yep. Facts, man. Higgins was the only man in that situation that actually did something right. You know, the coach yelled back at him, you know, but Higgins was just like, nah, stop. You gotta chill. You're doing something stupid and you know it. You're doing something incredibly stupid and you know it. You gotta stop. You know? Robbie persisted and he got kicked out of the game. So, I mean, Robbie, you got yourself to blame for that one, bud. I'm done defending you. I've been done defending you, bro. You know, you can't get another CMC. That's a big fact. You know, that's why I say, man, they could offer a treasure trove, and I still would not take it for CMC. Now, here's an interesting one that popped up on my radar this week, and that was a first and Ezekiel Elliott for CMC. That's the most tempting one I've seen so far. I'm not going to lie to you. That is tempting. But I'm still going to say no. What CMC can do out there is way better than Ezekiel Elliott when he's healthy and on the field. You got to keep him healthy for 75% of the game, and he can outrun Elliott in circles. In circles, y'all. Everybody knows it in the league. Come on now. It's obvious. You know, I like Ezekiel Elliott, don't get me wrong. You know, Cowboys need some pieces. They need some help. But they're not getting it from CMC. No. Give like a third rounder for CMC, I'm going to freak out. Yeah, for real. That's not proper trade value. Just a third rounder for CMC? No. What I consider to be proper value is a first rounder and probably a player. If I was going to move CMC, you know, trade value wise. Which I'm not. Hypothetically, if I was, that would be the trade value. But no. And I'm urging you, Scott, please don't do anything stupid. You know what you're doing. It would be one of the biggest franchise mistakes we have ever made if we move this man now. Don't do it. Please don't do it. I'm begging you not to do it. We can build a future offense around this man. All we got to do is keep him healthy. He's clearly got another 5-7 years in him. Clearly. Even with his injuries. Please don't make the biggest mistake of your career. Now, Robbie, absolutely trade this man tomorrow. Any teams that want him, field those phone calls immediately. If they're calling about Robbie, I am all ears if I'm Scott. Throw your best offer. I want him out of here tomorrow. I'll take a third right now. I think Belichick was offering a third. I would take a third. I think that's a fair value for him. Be what it is now. When it comes to trades, I think we're wise to keep Derrick Brown. After what we just saw today, I think we're wise to keep Derrick Brown. I approve. Brian Burns, I'm still on the fence about right now. I'm 60-40 in favor of keeping him and building a defense around him. So I think I agree with Wilkes and Scott Fitterer on this one. I'm on board with it. If they think they can build a defense around him, and him and Frankie Luvu and a couple other pieces on this defense, by all means, give it your best shot. Let's see what comes out of it. Like I said, Brian Burns is that speed rusher. Now you got to get that strength rusher on the other side, and I don't know that Gross Matos is the guy. Yes, Gross Matos would make an excellent backup defensive end, possible starter material. He can compete in the starting rotation, but he's running the mill though. When it comes to starting defensive ends, when it comes to backups, he's one of the best ones. So, to me, I think you go hunting for a defensive end, and you see if you can get somebody that can match Brian Burns on the other side. Now, let's talk about that offense. This is why McAdoo failed. Okay? And I'm going to go back. This is going to piss off some anti-Clemson fans here. But I'm going to go back and talk about the Clemson RPO offense. And I've said this before. I'm putting my Clemson bias aside. I am talking about this strictly on the grounds of the fact that Clemson has the best tempo when it comes to running the RPO in college. Okay? They have the best tempo. It's bar none. Nobody comes close. And granted, we don't have, the greatest quarterback in the shed right now, under center this year to prove that. But if you had Trevor back there or Deshaun Watson, who are respectfully in the NFL right now, then you would absolutely see either one of those quarterbacks use all those weapons to their fullest ability. No doubt. No doubt in my mind. So, with Clemson's fast tempo, this is what it requires to run the RPO properly. And I sent this video over to David this week. And I saw this. And I'm going to talk about the second half of this particular video later on. But right now we're just focused on the RPO. The RPO, in order to make this work, again, in explanation, you need, yes, bubble screens, yes, yards after the catch, yes, talented wide receivers that can get yards after the catch, from the line of scrimmage, from within 2 to 3 yards of the line of scrimmage, in plus territory. Yes, you need these things. You also need a pass protection dominant line. Predominant line. 60-40 pass protection predominant line. You need a quarterback that can quick release, quick get that ball out of the pocket. If you're doing screens and bubble screens, which PJ did well with that today. He's not exactly a RPO man, but he learned pretty quickly on the fly there. That's realistically what we're trying to do. Which it plays to his strength because he can throw the short pass and the medium pass. Now, what you also need, and this is what was lacking from this RPO offense, are two things. In college, you have a certain set of plays in the playbooks, you can use. These particular plays work really, really well, and they keep the drive going. And you'll notice how many times Clemson actually runs those types of plays along with the bubble screens. They don't just specifically run the bubble screens. They run these plays along with them. In chemistry, in tandem. And that's what you got to have with the RPO in order to make it work. So, keeping that in mind, you need your wide receivers to be able to run those routes on time, not overthrow them like PJ was doing, and be smart with your decision making. The quicker you can get that ball out of that pocket, the better, because of the pass rush. Because they're going to start loading up the box. As you noticed today, when you watch them do screenplay after screenplay after screenplay after screenplay, this is the NFL. They're going to start reading that within the very next drive. And they're going to start adapting to it. College level, you may not see some college teams adapt to it quicker than others, but it takes a while. So you can get away with a ton of those types of plays in college. It's a different level of play. NFL plays, from these NFL playbooks, inscribed in tandem with your bubble screens, or it will not work. Again, I refer to the example of Lamar Jackson. I refer to the example of Russell Wilson. Both of them have figured out how to do this properly. And build kind of a hybrid RPO playbook, if you will, in the NFL. This is what it takes to run the RPO properly in the NFL. Excuse me. So you bring all of those elements together, along with CMC and a strong rushing game, where you don't use CMC and try to murder him on too many carries, and too many bubble screens. Split those carries up 3 ways between 3 different running backs. You got yourselves a dynamic offense with the weapons that we have. Granted, these guys aren't specifically tailored for the RPO. Laviska is. DJ Moore could probably do a pretty good job with it. Um, Even Robbie, to a degree, could do that. TMJ was running a lot of those RPO type plays in LSU before he came up under Joe Brady. And even Shi Smith, to a small degree, has learned a little bit of that stuff by playing against my Clemson Tigers and against a few teams that have properly used the RPO. So he's seen it, at least. And he may be able to implement that into his game. So you take all of those elements to the next level, and you can't just run screenplays over and over and over again. You got to have medium passes. You got to have, slant plays, screen plays are just not going to cut it over and over and over again. That's like running a draw play over and over and over again with CMC. You're going to get the man injured doing that. You're going to get our wide receivers hurt doing that. Be smarter than that. Please, Ben McAdoo. If you want to run this offense properly, and again, I'm all for the RPO. I'm advocating for it. I will say that. But you got to run it properly, and you got to have the proper personnel. Otherwise, it will not work in the NFL. Point blank, period. PJ is not an RPO quarterback. Baker Mayfield is not an RPO quarterback. This offensive line is not 60-40 pass predominant. And we're not incorporating the correct routes in order to properly move the chains in those situations where we need to pass the ball. Other than just the simple bubble screens and simple easy toss plays. Come on. Get more creative. Please. This is where you're going wrong, Ben. And I'm trying to explain this in the most simplest way I can tell you. To help you out. If you really want to start opening this offense up. Alright. Use these wide receivers properly. Use them smartly and use them properly. And they will get you first downs. When PJ comes back, use smart decisions, to get these balls into these wide receivers' hands on these routes. PJ has been known to throw hospital balls. He's been known to get these wide receivers killed. We already have seen this last year in training camp. This year in training camp. And neither has he fixed it in the regular season. So that's the next step for him. Is trying to fix that problem of airmailing everything into the sun. And if you can do that, and start picking your targets more wisely, your game will pick up and improve, PJ. I'm telling you, it will. And if this coach, Ben McAdoo, decides, we're just going to run bubble screen. PJ, you got to go up to Ben and say, no, this ain't going to cut it. I want a playbook. I want a real RPO playbook installed here. Don't just give me bits and pieces, basic bare bones. You can't handle this, you can't handle that. Show me your playbook. I want to look at it. If I'm PJ on Monday morning, I would go into Ben's office and I would be bold and I would have a chip on my shoulder. I would say, okay, Whether I'm injured or not, I need to know this playbook. Because once I get healthy, I'm going in. So I need to know exactly what you know. Alright? Show me this playbook. Show me these routes. I need to know exactly where these wide receivers are going and where they're supposed to be. And what the timing is supposed to be on these. And when I get healthy, let's practice them. I want to get a handle on this, you know? That way, I want to see PJ really man up right here and step up and be like, okay, this is what we need to get done in order for my game to improve. If you want to see my game improve, this is what's going to happen. You know, and no disrespect to Ben McAdoo here, but he is not using this RPO system to its fullest advantage at all. It's the opposite, actually. You're restricting it. You know, CMC can only do so much. You got other weapons, you need to use them. Now, I'll grant you, the offensive line did a pretty decent job today, man. You know, so you can't blame this loss on the offensive line. Yes, there were a few plays where I thought, you know, a few of these offensive linemen, yes, were guilty of some stuff. But, Icky with a penalty. I forget what it was. You know, it was a dumb one. We had a ineligible man downfield. Again on an offensive lineman. You know, when PJ finally started ripping the ball, you know, in a short yardage situation over the line, you know, for like a 2nd and 5 or something like that, 3rd and 5 situation. Yeah, it was the 3rd and 5. To Ian Thomas or a wide receiver or somebody. I forget who it was. I think it was a tight end. Regardless, it was a one-on-one situation. He could have won that battle, probably. By the time he got to the sideline, just keep leading him that direction and toss him the ball. It's real simple, you know, fade route towards the sideline. No problem. But because we have at least one offensive lineman every game that likes to be a dingus and go down the field with his blocking and be an ineligible man downfield, here we go again. This is the type of stuff I kept saying. Stop beating yourselves. Stop beating yourselves. This is exactly the definition of beating yourself. We have been doing run play, screen play, bubble screen, you know, and finally, 3rd and 5, Ben McAdoo decides, okay, we're gonna let PJ off the hook here a little bit. We're gonna let him throw. Cool. So I said, all right, 3rd and 5. I need to see this man hit a short pass. He almost did. And the fact that that ball rolled incomplete, you know, into the ground was the fact that he already knew that was a flag and it just wasn't going to work anyway. Whether he got that first down or not, flag would have pulled it back. He already knew it was an eligible man before he even tossed that ball. And to me, the fact that happened right there, we got to get a handle on this. Point blank, we got to get a handle on it. Alright, so we had, on one particular blitz, Brady Christensen was doubled up on the guy that was battling Pat Eflon. Now, guess what happens with Icky? Icky comes over and he guards the guy that Brady Christensen is supposed to be guarding. Therefore, wide open blitz, unguarded. And it's a sack. This is this type of thing I keep telling y'all. Choose your lanes. Stick your man. Now, when we start talking about Taylor Moton, Taylor Moton just needed to be coached. It's that simple. Corbett just needed to be coached. It's that simple. Both of those guys held their own for most of that game. You know what I mean? This is a tough Rams pass rush game, It's tough. It's one of the tougher ones out there. So you got to ball out. You got to win those battles in the trenches. You got to keep those guys' hands engaged. Otherwise, they're going to jump up and do the YMCA dance and knock that ball down. I mean, come on. Now, some of these guys, you can't really control. They're just that good. And I'm talking about people like Von Miller. I'm talking about people like Dunlap. If you're watching the Bills and Chiefs game later on after that Panthers loss, which I was for a little bit, those deflections. Not a surprise, right? There's certain players that you expect to be disruptive. So you got to find a way around that. And win that battle in the trench. Which brings me to let's see. Where was I going with this? Excuse me. Which brings me to this question here. Is Ben McAdoo really able to fully open up this RPO offense, given the right tools? Or are we just wasting our time here with him? That leads me to another question. When Steve Wilks says in the presser afterwards, I was informed of this. I didn't see the presser, but I was informed of this, that Steve Wilks said that the whole fact that we did not do anything aggressively on offense was on him. Now, I want to highlight the words on him because there's a difference between taking accountability, as a head coach for the L, and outright saying, okay, I made this decision not to be aggressive on offense. That's my thoughts on this, because I don't think that he made that decision. We're going to watch the presser. We're going to find out, because I have not actually watched it. So I do want to see this for myself. And we're going to determine, is this Matt Rhule saying, oh, well, Steve Wilks saying, oh, well, I take accountability, or is this Steve Wilks saying, I actively chose not to be aggressive? let's see what happens here. I'm gonna pull it up. Give me a minute. Let me find it. Uh, Ooh, there's a video of Luke Kuechly breaking down film with Micah Parsons. Ooh, I want to see that. We do need to watch that one. Okay, yeah. Steve Wilkes talks about first game as interim head coach. Let's go. This is the one I want. Because at this point, it is important that you guys get to hear this. And we'll put the Steve Smith one on the back burner for right now. This is important. Because this determines what our offense does or does not do for the rest of the season. This is that important, guys. We're at that point. We're at a crossroads. We have to decide, do we want the rest of the season or do we not? Do we want to tank or do we want to try? Do we want to let the schedule kind of do its thing and screw us over? Or do we want to try and get a few wins? You know? And knowing what Steve... You know, if Steve Wilkes understands, you know, how the draft system is, and I know David Tepper does, but I need to know that Steve Wilkes does. You know, that will tell me, okay, are you intentionally doing this, you know, to get a top 5 pick? You know, because at this point, 1 in 5 teams do not make the playoffs. Point blank. Even with a crazy year going on with the Lions having the top offense and the Jets actually winning a game in Lambeau, for goodness sakes, come on. A lot of weird stuff going on this year. You know, it stands to reason that this is why I'm at the bottom of the list of my fantasy league, because I did not expect any of this stuff to happen. But, hey, here we are, though. It's screwing me over. But let's hear from Steve. What did he say? And I want to hear specifically what he says come out of his mouth to answer this very specific question. Alright. I'm going to mute my mic and let's begin.
Start out saying that I'm extremely proud of the men in that locker room. You know, a very difficult situation this week, and they found a way to circle the wagons, come together, have a great week of practice, but we didn't get the results that we wanted today. And, you know, there's a lot of things that we can build on and a lot of things that we can correct. And the most important thing that we have to understand as a team, we've got a lot of football left. We're going to start our division opponents again. Tampa Bay is coming to town. So with that, I'll take your questions.
Notice, folks, he's already saying we've got some stuff that we can correct. You know, we got some stuff that we can fix. You know, but the game today is very encouraging. You know, he's got the same attitude I do right now, which is a good thing. You know, we got a lot that we got to work on, but hey, he's happy. He's very pleased with how the locker room responded and you know, when it comes to how we played today. You know, when you got those guys back in the locker room after the game today, they're like, okay, well, we did well, we did this right, we did that right, we did, you know. And they're starting to count the little things that they did right. And Steve is already giving them praise. This is good. This is good coaching right here, folks. It's like nobody wants to hear that anymore. Nobody. When these guys go back into the locker room today, they said, we got a lot of stuff to work on, but I'm happy with what I saw. Let's get to work. That's a head coach right there. And I'm telling you guys, if the management is watching these streams, please do yourselves a favor and keep this man's name in the hat for a head coaching job. Please. Even if he goes one for the rest of the year, watch the results on the field, on defense, in the numbers. You will see a difference. I'm telling you that right now. We're about to go over the numbers in a little bit. I will show you guys what I'm talking about. Obvious difference. I'll compare it to the last week's numbers, and we'll go through them. But I want you guys to know, this is who Steve Wilks is. He's not going to change. He's hard-nosed. He's straight up. He's honest. And he says what's on his mind. This is a great coach right here. Pay attention. Let's continue.
It was a sideline type situation that I felt like I wanted to try to get him in at the moment, and that's something that we'll discuss as we further get into the week.
How was he during the week leading up? And he's obviously close with Matt, but was he kind of all in and plugged in?
All the guys were all in. Everybody was all in. Everybody was focused. As I stated before, we had a great week of practice.
It seemed like you really wanted to test the Rams at the line of scrimmage with both the passing game and the running game. What led to that strategy of maybe having PJ just focus on small ball for most of this?
Well, again, when you look at the turnaround that we had this week, and then you're talking about a guy that's coming in that wasn't starting. So I wanted to make sure that we, number one, established the run game. I thought we did a great job of that in the first half. When you look at time of possession, we were good. We just got out of control the second half. So I thought we executed the game plan in the first half.
Okay, so what he's basically saying is we executed the game plan, we played well, and we did exactly what we intended to do. We got the run game going, and we wanted to go a little bit further with it. Alright, so he's not directly answering the question just yet. Let's listen on.
To be honest, it really wasn't something I was thinking about. I was just really trying to get my guys really in the best position to be successful today. So, again, I'm never looking at it about being me. It's about the team.
He's all about the team. Listen to this, folks. How many coaches have you seen come through here that are just like and just flapping their gums? And, especially Matt Rule, he was... It's all about me. I did this. I did that. I accomplished this. I accomplished that. It's like, get over yourself. You didn't accomplish that much at all, to be honest, in your time here. Whereas you got the complete opposite here, a 180 Steve Wilks that's saying, it's not about me. It's about this team. It's always been about the team. From the very beginning, and I swear he looks like Morgan Freeman in this video right now. Straight up. He's got that Morgan Freeman look. I love it. I love it, man. Some people said, what was the comparison people were saying around the internet? That was pretty funny. But, I can see it, though. I can see it. Dude, this dude is legit, man. He's real. And I have no idea who he was answering a question about in the second question. I have no idea who that was uh, directed towards. So let's continue though.
He got in an argument in the first half, it looks like, with Coach Daly, and then it seemed to carry over. He wasn't hanging out with the rest of the offense. Can you explain exactly?
Well, I'm going to say this is that no one is bigger than the team, and I'm not going to focus and put a lot of attention on one individual. We can talk about the game, we can talk about situations within the game, we can talk about the things we're going to do moving forward, but I'm not putting a lot of energy into one individual.
What an answer right there, guys. What an answer. That is a head coaching answer right there. When you do it with discipline, with a player like Robbie Anderson, that is how you answer that question. Nicely done. That's a head coach right there. That's a big boy head coach answer right there. And anybody that says differently does not understand how head coaching works. Yes, Steve Wilks is a coach. Yes, sir. Yes, he is. That is a professional answer. He's not dodging the question. He's going straight after it. He says, I'm not going to talk about this certain individual. I know exactly who you're talking about, and I'm not going to mention him. I'm not going to bring negative publicity to us. No one individual is bigger than the team. You know, we can talk about what's going on with the team this week. We can talk about what's going on with the team next week, what we can do to improve next week. But we're not going to talk about this one individual because house. Point blank, period. Mic drop. That was beautiful right there. That was beautiful. That's how a coach answers a question like that.
You had a 10-7 lead at half and then didn't score in the second half. What did you see the problem was?
Well, I think the biggest thing for us, offensively and defensively, we didn't do a great job on third down. Number one, we got to get off the field on third down. They had a couple of third and longs that we didn't execute. They were able to convert, and then offensively, we just got to convert. So that's when you saw the shift in the swing right there with time of possession in the second half.
And I mean, this has been the habit that we've been getting into. It's been it's a negative habit where we just can't get off the field on third downs, and we just haven't been able to get things moving on offense. And I mean, it's lack of execution. He's exactly right. Steve Smith said much the same in his podcast as well. He sees the same thing we're seeing. You know, I don't think he understands that, you know, the stuff that I've been explaining about the RPO. But maybe he does. I don't know. Maybe I'm not giving him enough credit. But perhaps he does. But for right now, I haven't seen like the entire stream. So I'll, again, watch that later. But for right now, he's seeing the same thing and saying the same thing Steve Wilks is. Lack of execution. So, and I think were he on this offense and not getting the proper execution, you know, from this playbook, he would say much the same when he was asked that question. Probably in a presser. Most likely, yes. Alright. Let's continue.
At the end of the first half, it seemed like you guys might have been able to use your timeouts to possibly be aggressive and score. What was the mindset going on?
Well, I think that's just the key. I didn't want to be aggressive at that point in time. Ben and I talked about it, to get aggressive and spread it out. If you guys recall a couple of weeks ago with the pick six right before halftime. So I was really trying to, you know, manage the game at that time.
With all the injuries on the
Okay, so he is managing the game, essentially. Okay, that does answer the question that we have put forward earlier on today. So now this brings up the question, are we intentionally tanking, or is Steve Wilkes saying, okay, I understand the limits of PJ, and we don't want to stretch the ball out too much, and end up throwing picks and screwing up and messing up drives and stuff like that, like PJ's been known to do. Because we know that PJ can't throw the deep ball, so again, this is this a tanking situation, or is this a situation of, okay, I understand the limits? That's the question that leads to. And the first answer to that question is a very, very interesting road to go down. But the second one is not as fun. And I'll explain why. If you feel like this is the limits of PJ Walker, and he's just got no ability to go further than just the little short dinky passes like you saw today, that ain't gonna lead to good things. That'll lead to PJ getting, a seat on his own couch in free agency. And you hate to see it happen, but unfortunately that's what it leads to. Now, if you go down the first road, and here's the interesting thing here. If you go down the first road, that means you're essentially saying, okay, well, I understand how the draft works. I understand that I'm trying to get a top 5 pick intentionally, and just letting the schedule do its thing and murder us, in cold blood. Which essentially it will, eventually, if you don't put up the offense. If you put up good defense, the problem with this is you're going to get people injured. When people are doing what they're supposed to be doing on defense and they're out there for too long, it will lead to injuries. And it's an unfortunate thing, and it did happen in 16 and 17. And people were like, oh, let's blame the coaching. Let's blame the coaching. No, it's not the coaching. It's an unfortunate side effect of the fact that you could not score enough points and keep the defense off the field, to rest. It's a domino effect. I've been trying to explain this to people and they just don't get it. I've been in the comment sections on people, man, this week. I have. And I saw that and I'm like, you're never going to convince these people. They're not going to hear it. So you go, okay, well, back to the old drawing board. What's next? If this is what your path is, and you plan on getting a top 5 pick, whoop-de-doo, that's great. Just keep Steve This would be all the more reason to keep Steve Wilkes' name in the hat for a head coaching job. Because, number one, he understands how the draft works. How the system of the draft works. Why you want a top 5 pick. Why you need it when you're a struggling team like this is. And you need that retooling. You don't need a rebuild, you need a retooling. And this is exactly what we're doing by getting rid of Robbie tomorrow. And trying to keep the essentials, on this team. with a head coach that understands how to manipulate the draft order, by tanking out and not saying physically, oh, we're going to tank out, but we're going to win 2 or 3 games, and make it apparent that we actually did try. That is a smart strategy. He's already in a lose-lose situation. He already knows he's probably not going to keep that head coaching job. Unless Mr. Tepper decides differently. And I think Mr. Tepper was watching today and he said, I'm starting to see the changes that these guys are talking about, with Wilks. I'm starting to understand, this is what he's trying to do, and it's a very good thing. You look at the discipline, you look at the consistency on defense, you look at the trench on the D-line, where they won the battle on the D-line. All of these elements are positive elements, plus his understanding of how the draft works, which, Mr. Tepper, I know you understand how it works, and why you want a number 1 pick, or a top 5 pick, or even a top 10 pick, to boost up your team if you're struggling. He understands how the system works. Both of you do, I think. And that's all the more reason. Keep his name in the hat, guys. We finally have a head coach right now that understands how this works. There's no reason why we cannot take advantage of the system and get what we need. Even if it's a top 10 pick, even if this ends up being a 3 or 4 game season, where we win, we're still winning because Scott Fitterer is picking our players and the dog is off the leash. He is free and clear to pick who he wants to pick. And these players either live or they die career-wise through Scott Fitterer. So if I'm a player in the draft and I see all these weapons in Carolina, I say, okay, we got Steve Wilks as the interim head coach right now. Could become possibly a permanent head coach. Probably not. But possibly. I'm holding out hope that he sticks, man. And if I'm waiting in the draft order, as a potential college draftee, I'm saying, hold up a minute. I see what this man's trying to build here. I want to be a part of this. You got a great GM that if you make an appeal to this dude and he visits you, hey, you're on the map. I would very much pitch my skills to a man like Scott Fitterer at a time like this. Very much. Because we need players that really want to be here, man. That really want to be a part of what we're building. Not just people like Robbie Anderson that want to come up in here and cause trouble and just get a bag and leave, Nah. Bump that. Bump that nonsense. We're done with that in Carolina. That mentality is gone with Steve Wilks. Steve Wilks says, that ain't gonna fly in Carolina no more. I'm saying, hold up. I want some of that. I want some of that right there. This man's gonna make me compete for these jobs. I like that. If you're a competitor and you're not just coming up to the NFL looking for a bag, shoot, yeah. That's the type of coach you want. And I know I'm talking up Steve Wilkes like a storm here, but I believe in this man. I'm going to say that right now. I believe in this dude right here. And some of y'all are going to be shocked when his name is still on that list at the end of this. Some of y'all are going to be very, very shocked. And I'm going to say don't be. Watch the next few weeks and watch what I'm telling y'all. And it will not shock you one single bit when this man's name is still in that hat at the end of the year. Answers just like the ones he's giving in this press conference are what is giving this team life and keeping it on a positive note. This is what we want. Alright, so let's continue this press conference. I really want to listen to this. But he gave us the answer that we were looking for. But I want to hear the rest of this. This is really interesting.
Defense right now, what is your mindset going forward without so many veteran leaders and specifically, a lot of the depth in the cornerback position?
Well, we got to see exactly where we are tomorrow, just from injury report standpoint, and get other guys ready to play. So hopefully we can get some guys back on this series.
Steve, from what you know right now.
Excellent question. Excellent question. We're missing a lot of key pieces, and it's that reporter has done her homework. I give her credit. Very well done. And very educated question right there. And worded the right way. So, give her credit where it's due. And good answer by him too. We got to wait for those. He's not saying, oh, it's next man up, next man up. No, he's saying, let's find out how serious these injuries really are. That's the difference between Steve Wilkes and another coach. He's saying, I want to know how bad these injuries really are before we proceed. Think about that for a second. Think about that for a second. How many head coaches do you know in our history that would say that right there? That answer right there, if I was the owner, I would say, hold up. I like that. This man really does care about these players and their well-being. He really does want these guys out on the field. He really does care what happens to these key players. He really does want to win. It leads you down a very, very positive rabbit hole, of good things that you can say about him. And I like this answer, man. That really gave me hope right there. I've been waiting on an answer like that from a head coach of ours. I really have. That is refreshing. Y'all know I've been harping on these injured players like forever. And caring about our injured players and doing the best we can to get these guys back out there. And, not rushing them out there, actually caring about their well-being, and that answer right there, that just gave me exactly what I was looking for. Nice answer. Like it, Steve. I like it. Keep showing them why you deserve to be in that hat, buddy. Let's go.
How close would Baker and/or Sam be to being able to play next week?
I couldn't really mention or say intelligently exactly what that's going to entail. So I need to figure out exactly what's going to happen tomorrow with the reports.
Does Baker take a step back from Friday over the weekend? He's wearing the walking boot again?
Well, we wanted to make sure he had a great workout, as I mentioned to you guys. But when we looked at the MRI, there was still some things there. So we wanted to protect him by putting him in a boot and just try to give him a couple of days off his ankle.
Did y'all hear that? Let me back that up for a second. I need to hear this again. I'm sorry. I need to hear this answer again right here. That was beautiful. That's what I'm waiting for right there. That's a coach that really cares about his players. He says, I understand that, y'all want Baker out there. I understand, and I want Baker out there too. But we're going to be precautious about his injury right now. We're going to be very cautious. And we're going to give him an extra couple of days. How many coaches in our past history can you say that would actually bother to do that? Wow. Yes. Yes, that is like a breath of fresh air right there. Thank you, Steve. We finally got a coach that actually cares, man. This is awesome. You making me happy, Steve. You making me real happy right now. Keep going, buddy. Keep going. Straight up, I gotta hear this answer again. That made me so happy. I gotta hear it twice.
Wanted to make sure he had a great workout, as I mentioned to you guys, but when we looked at the MRI, was still some things there, so we wanted to protect him by putting him in the boot and just try to give him a couple of days.
Like you had today to go up against a Super Bowl team, as he had to today. How do you think he handled it?
I thought he handled it well. Again, we were trying to help him in the things that we were trying to do for us, just trying to manage the game, establish the line of scrimmage, run the ball, going back again to not trying to be too aggressive until we had to, which when the game somewhat got out of hand, we had to open it up a little bit.
Steve, just focusing on the future.
Now, question, what are we doing here to, as far as aggressiveness on offense? Why did he say that we only had to be aggressive only when things started to get out of hand? I got a question about that right there. Again, that leads back to that whole discussion of are we trying to tank out the season, or are we accepting PJ's limits as what they are? When you're trying to run an RPO with a guy that's not an RPO quarterback. Is that the question? That's the question we should be posing after this. And I mean, that's the only thing I've really got an issue with there. And I wouldn't even really call it an issue. I've got questions when it comes to that. I'm not going to say it's an issue yet. I'm not going down that rabbit hole yet, but you really got to feed into that, though. And I hate to do that, but this is where we are. Let's continue. Lock Property says you never disappoint with your facts. Steve Wilkes is a coach. So thankful Rule is gone. Thank you, sir. Yes. Agreed. Facts. Let's continue this little press conference here. I want to hear the rest of this.
Well, right now, everybody's been evaluated as well as myself. So we got to figure out what's going to be the right chemistry to put out on the field, offensively, defensively, and most importantly, as coaches, we got to come up with the right game plan.
What was your message to the guys?
Ooh, did y'all catch that? Everybody's being evaluated. Everybody is. Ooh. By Tepper or by you? Or by both? Okay. Alright, let's keep it rolling. Like what I'm seeing here.
Guys in the locker room after today's game.
I commend the guys, number one, for being men. I thought they did a tremendous job dealing with the circumstances this week. I thought we had a great week of practice. We just didn't get the results that we wanted today. Looking for those guys to challenge themselves again. Come out this week ready to go. Division opponent coming to town. And we got a lot of football left. And that's what I told them.
Ooh. Did y'all hear that first line? He commends these guys for being men. Yes. Yes. That's what a real coach sounds like right there. Statements like that. That's what a real coach sounds like. That's what a real leader sounds like right there. That commands his locker room. That commands his job. And has a spine. You know? This locker room respects him. You can tell. Did y'all hear how aggressive he got with that answer? He said, you know what? First of all, I commend these guys for being men. And I'm like, yes. Bold statement right there. Bold statement. He's coming in hard, man. He's coming in hard. He said, we need something positive out in the media. We've seen all this garbage out here. We've seen all this nonsense the media is printing. We need something positive. I need to print something. I need to put out a statement that really represents this locker room today. Guys were men today. Grown men today. Unlike somebody we know that just left the field and didn't even play another snap. We're not going to talk about him, though. We're going to talk about everybody else, though, on this locker room. Grown men that want to play football, that want to play for this coach, that really do care about winning. And taking it to the next level. Taking their game to the next level. Taking who they are to the next level as human beings. And that's beautiful. That is coaching. At its finest. Right there. That is somebody I can get behind. I can get behind that fully right there. Alright. So let's hear what else he has to say. I'm loving this presser so far. This is beautiful.
What do you see from this game that you look to build on going into the week?
Well, I think, number one, our identity, which we somewhat established a little bit today on the offensive side of the ball. We got to be able to run the ball. We got to be able to shorten the game a little bit, control the clock. And then defensively right here, we just got to find a way to get off the field on third down and create a little bit more pressure on the quarterback.
I like that answer. I like that. He was prepared for that question. You could tell. He had an immediate, quick answer for that one. He was like, okay, we're going to do this, 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 and this. You know, it's like, thank you. Finally, a coach that knows how to answer a question like that instead of dancing around it. You know, like he's doing a Mamba. About time, man. God, it's so refreshing. Y'all have no idea. After watching so many of these Matt Rule pressers, it's like, oh, man. Thank you. he knew he was going to get that question too, because he was like, okay, well, we need to make adjustments. He answered earlier in the press conference, yeah, we need to make adjustments. We need to do this and this and this and this. So he was like, okay. The reporter follows it up and goes, okay, what kind of adjustments do you see us needing to make? Perfect question. Perfect question. And he was like, yep, that's the answer I want to give. That's what we need to do. This distance, this and this. Thank you. And he was very specific about it. That's the answers we need right there. Without giving away too much, without, doing the whole car salesman nonsense. No, he just comes in and he says, I'm going to come down, I'm going to get to business with this answer right here. I'm going to tell you exactly what you need to know. A, B, C, and D. I was like, thank you. This is what I've been waiting for.
In the offense, I think Christian had like 160 and they're 205 yards.
Well, I think we can. We just got to look at it as coaches. Again, based off what we wanted to do in establishing the run game, try to get out on the perimeter a little bit with the screens. I thought we had several looks. At times we executed, at times we didn't. So we just got to figure out each week what the opponent is trying to do, and once again put the guys in the best position to be successful.
Steve, you said you don't want to put too much energy into one person. How are you going to allocate your energy between now and when we talk to you in like 16 hours?
Well, number one, we're going to evaluate the tape. We got a long flight going back. All right, so we'll look at the tape and figure out exactly what we did well, look at the things we need to correct. We're pushing meetings back tomorrow since we're getting in so late. And then once we get in there, we're going to just challenge the guys to get better.
What did you feel like you guys really did well then?
I think first half, initially, we did a great job, once again, establishing the identity of what we wanted to do, which was run the football. So I commend the guys up front. I thought, that was our plan all week, and I felt like we executed that. Defensively, we stopped the run early. We just got to find a way to get off the field on third down.
Yeah, because third down, I think the first two series you stopped them, the first two opportunities, and then boom, boom, it just went downhill from there.
Yeah, we created a few negative plays on first and second down. We got them in the third and long. And when you get guys in third and long, third and 12, third and 14, we got to get off the field.
You talk about having a good week of practice. How do you get that to translate into the games on Sunday?
Well, again, it's just execution. I know one thing for sure. Having a good week of practice gives you a chance. And if you don't have a good week of practice, you're going to struggle even more. So I'm going to continue to challenge these guys to come to work each and every day. We're going to create that mentality on Wednesday, still putting the pads on, being physical, being tough, and everything we do starts up front.
What goes into keeping the...
Ooh, did y'all hear that last answer right there? Did y'all hear that last answer? The man's been saying, okay, well, we're trying to establish an identity. Cool. I've heard that about 3 or 4 times here in this presser. And I said, okay, yeah, we did that. We established an identity. We established who we are, And, and then he says something curious. He says, it all starts up front. Now, for anybody that's been watching these streams since the very beginning when I started these streams, I've been saying that every single week. In some way, shape, or form. Y'all already know this, okay? This ain't new. I have been saying it over and over and over again. The way you build starts with up front on both of the lines. What you do on those lines determines your entire identity on offense or defense. If your offensive line does not block well, your identity then becomes the quarterback is struggling, to deliver the ball. He's being pressured every 5 or so plays, however many plays, and he can't get the ball out of the pocket. Therefore, the offense is dead. If your defensive line does not get the job done in the trenches, you see people have to come up, from other positions to try to stop the run, to stop, quarterback sneaks. Not quarterback sneaks, but quarterback runs, all kinds of nonsense, that they should not have to do. They should be able to play their natural positions, and have to worry about all that. But that's what happens when your D-line falters. It has a domino effect on the rest of the defense. When your O-line fails to get the job done, it has a domino effect on the entire offense. This is why he says everything starts up front. Thank you. Finally a coach that recognizes this and says it publicly. Thank you. Now we're getting somewhere. Ladies and gentlemen, we are finally getting somewhere. I'm really happy with this right here. Y'all, this is like music to my ears. It really is. And I can't praise him enough right now for the answers I'm hearing. And he's actually translating it into practices on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. You can see the results. You can physically see the results on defense. This man ain't just yap at the press conferences. This man walks the walk. I'm impressed. I figured he did the first day I started seeing him back there on training camps. And I was watching him work with the DBs in a few different training camps now. And I said, okay, this dude's the real deal. Like, he's the real genuine article. He's going to come out there and he says, okay, we're going to do this, and this. You are going to do this, you are going to do this, and let's work on mechanics. And I noticed that when he was a DB coach, and I said, interesting. It's like, that's the type of coaching I like, right there. That's my type of coaching. Because when you go out there, you're methodical, and you come out there and you dig deep, you get the job done. And he also said, if you have a good practice, it's going to translate to Sunday. All 3 practices on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, it's going to translate to Sunday. Not always, but for the most part, it will. If you have really good practices, and you work hard, and you push yourselves, and you work on the fundamentals, and you really, really study this stuff, and you show grit, like this defense did, you will get results. And you did. You saw it on Sunday. The results were there, right in front of you. For at least 3 quarters, you could see it with your own eyes, folks. Just on the D-line alone. So, if you have a bad week of practices, it's going to show up on Sunday as well. And he's right. You've seen that happen. Under Matt Rule, you've seen that happen. So this man has seen it all. This is the look of a man that has seen it all right here. He's seen the ups and downs. And he's ready to turn the page, man. He's ready. You could see it in his eyes. This man's got the hunger of a coach right here. He wants it. That's the look I'm looking for right there. That's the look of a man that wants that head coaching job. He's hungry for it, bro. Give it to him.
Defense sharp whenever they are staying on the field for so long, just not letting them get tired. What do you do?
Well, I think it comes down to them. Somebody making a play and finding a way to get off the field, as you saw with D-Jack coming up with the interception, us scoring on defense. So there's some positive things that we did defensively. We just got to continue to try to build on those and create more opportunities.
Build on those and create more opportunities. This is how you want your head coach to talk like, man. For real. This is what I want to hear. He's not dancing around the question. He's going straight after it. He's answering the tough questions, man. I got respect for this dude right here. This man's got spine. That was a tough one right there. He was asked, how do these guys handle situations where they get tired in the fourth quarter? Because it's been happening. We haven't been able to get off the field on defense. So legitimate question here. And I wanted to know the answer to that as well. What's his approach here? Because we're struggling in that area right now. Nicely done by this reporter. There's a few of these reporters in this room that have really done their homework. You can tell. And really actually understand what's going on with this team. So, props to them. Hats off to y'all. Keep doing your homework, man. Keep asking those tough questions. Because we need the answers, We need the answers to this stuff. And that's a good answer for this dude right here. Very pleased.
Have you had a conversation with Robbie since he left the field?
No, I have not.
Do you plan on having one with him?
Yes, I have a conversation with him and then several other players as well, just as we just recap and talk about the game.
Are you okay though with Coach Daly then?
Am I okay with Coach Daly? I'm okay with all the coaches.
All right, thank you, Coach.
Thank you, guys.
That's a curious question right there. Why did he get questioned about whether he was okay with other coaches or not? I don't know. That's a weird question for me right there. That's an awkward one. 'Cause to me, I'd be going, okay, well, what's the basis of this question? What are you implying here? That I don't trust my coaches? What's the question here? What's the real question here? I don't know what he was trying to dig at there. That's interesting. But love that presser right there. I'm going to do more of these pressers with Steve Wilks. I am. Absolutely I am. Y'all deserve more pressers from this man right here on this channel. And I'm going to give you what you want. I'm going to give you exactly what you're asking for. And I know y'all ain't asking for it in the chat right now, but y'all will be. Trust me. We already got one, we already got Lock Poppy asking about Steve Smith's reaction. So, yep, it's only a matter of time. I'm going to give you all what you want. Y'all wanted the reaction? You got it. Alright, so now, the next thing is this. Where did this put us in the tank order? First place solely for the number 1 draft pick. How about that? Even the Raiders, Detroit, Houston, they've all won a game. And they have less losses than us. Now, seeing as what the schedule is, we're going to roll right through it real quick. We got Tampa Bay coming to town next week. Tampa Bay just suffered an embarrassing loss. And if you've been paying attention, you know exactly who to explain too much here. But if y'all been scoreboard watching today, you're thinking, hold up. We just watched Pittsburgh get a surprising 20-18 win over Tampa Bay. Things that make you go, with the NFC South right now. They are really struggling. You know, when we got the Falcons, are the Falcons really on top of this NFC South right now? Is this a real thing? Not yet, but they will be if the Bucks lose again. Oof. I don't think they're going to lose to us, though. I'm going to tell you why. Did you notice that Tampa Bay actually did score 18 points, which is more than the 17 needed to beat us? Yeah. Reality check? That Tampa offense is really struggling with the backups right now. Tom Brady's been yelling at him. I mean, that did not look good. You know, it's not a good look when your quarterback has to physically yell out, oh, it's doubles, it's triples, you know? Like, come on, man. It's doubles, it's trips. It's a circus, oh my. You know? Come on. You shouldn't have to do that as a quarterback. Pay attention, guys. Alright, so with that in mind, we might just get a really good pass rush on Tom Brady in the next week here. It's gonna look relatively the same as it did on defense this week. You're gonna see a massive pass rush push. You're gonna see a really good run defense. And offensively, we're going to stutter again and fall to the wayside. That's what's going to happen. Really interesting week here. We've got the Falcons winning again against San Francisco this time. Okay, I admit it. I can kind of see that happening. You know, Atlanta finds their offense again. Boom, that's a loss for San Francisco. Even though Garoppolo puts up about 296 yards, still not enough. You know, Brandon put up 83 yards, still not enough. You know, it's interesting. That Falcons defense finally got themselves back together. And I'm going to tell you, this is going to be a real interesting game against Atlanta in Charlotte. I'm going to be there for that one. If I like what I see when we go into the Dome against Atlanta in Georgia, and things go well, you will see my butt in seat for the Falcons game in Charlotte. If I do not like what I see, then I'll have to have a conversation with some people. You know, do I want to be butt in seat or do I not? Because I've already bought the tickets, guys. I'm just wondering what I'm going to do with these said tickets just right now. I'm thinking about it, man. And these next few weeks are going to determine whether I'm there or not. So, keep in mind, I'll be doing some road streaming. You know, I'll be doing a regular stream the night before. You know, it'll be short and sweet, but I'll cover most of the topics, you know, before I go up there to Charlotte for the Atlanta game. You know, if I do go up there and put my butt in that seat, man. So, hopefully, all goes well, and we play well in the Dome, and I decide, okay, this was worth it, you know. But right now, I'm liking what Steve Wilkes is bringing to us, man. What tickets for what game? The Atlanta game up in Charlotte. Alright, so Andy Bailey wants to join the stream, so I'm going to try to get him in here. He's requested. Let me make sure the volume's up for him. Alright. But, yeah, if all goes well in Georgia, then you might just see me head up there for that game in Charlotte against Atlanta. You might see it. There's a good chance of it. Alright, so let's kind of go through a little bit of these stats. Let's take a look at it. You know, I apologize. I thought you were requesting Andy. To join me on Facebook. But that's okay. If you were not. Welcome on in anyway. So let's kind of begin with the stats. Glad to see you change jobs, so I haven't been able to catch you streaming for a while. Actually, if you were asking about my job situation, I'm not going to disclose that on air right now. I'm going to keep that kind of under wraps right now. There's a few people that know, but I'm not going to say anything. If you were saying that you changed jobs, fair enough, man. That's great to see you here, man, and able to enjoy the stream. Alright, so let's go over these defensive numbers. I really want to go over the defensive positive numbers right now that really made me happy. And we're going to start with Corey Littleton. And this is a name that you would not expect me to start with, but let's go into it. 6 tackles, solo tackles out of 10, a half a sack, one quarterback hit. Nice job, Corey Littleton. That's the type of numbers I need to see from you, man. That's what we're looking for right there. Miles Hartsfield. Alright, let's talk about that one play again. Where under Phil Snow, in a 3rd and 12 situation, Phil Snow would have put us in zone defense in a 3-3-2 and given up the 12 yards. But Steve Wilkes' defense runs a bit differently. So you saw Hartsfield come up from coverage, and you have a defensive. So Hartsfield comes up out of maybe a 3-2 type, a 4-3 type defense. Whatever that coverage was, excuse my ignorance of the defensive coverages. I'm still learning this stuff. Defensively is not my strength, but offensively is more my niche. I'm able to explain those a lot better than I am defensive. So, give me time. I'm going to learn this stuff, but in this particular coverage, Hartsfield comes up and makes the open field tackle within 5 yards of the first down line. Actually, 7 to 8 yards from the first down line. And shuts him down. And I said, yes, sir. That is what I'm looking for. That's the difference right there. And you're going to see that reflected in his numbers. 8 total tackles, 6 solo tackles by himself, 1 tackle for a loss. And y'all thought Hartsfield was garbage on these social media pages. Let me watch y'all do a double take right now. Where's that same energy? Where's that same energy right now? Where is it? I can't hear y'all right now. Where's all the Hartsfield haters right now? Where y'all at? Andy says, no, I wasn't asking about your job. I was telling you why I haven't seen you. I miss you talking Panthers and football and sports with you, man. That's what's up, man. I miss y'all too, man. Anybody that's not able to jump in here regularly, man, I miss y'all too. That's awesome. Welcome back, man. Alright, so let's talk about the next man that has stepped up. Derek Brown. And y'all heard me say it a few weeks ago. Oh, this man might be a bust. He might be a bust. I am changing my tune. I am eating crow right now. I am eating serious crow on this one. 7 total tackles, a half a sack, and 2 quarterback hits. Ladies and gentlemen, this dude was stopping the run. I underestimated him. That is a mistake I will not make again. And I am pleased that he proved me wrong. Thank you. I am very, very pleased. Alright, so let's talk about Keith Taylor. Keith Taylor, he got burnt. He got burnt crispy. Let's keep it a buck. He got burnt crispy on a few plays, man. It was not good. But when he made the tackles that he did, it was open field tackles, and he did a good job doing it. So I will give him that. However, there's a lot of corners that can do that. That are sitting on their couch right now, wishing they had a job. So what I need to see from you is I need you to start working on that speed. Start working on that agility. Or start to close those gaps. You know? I don't know if you got it in you, Keith, but give it your best, man. Give it your best effort. We'll see how that changes things. That brings me to Shaq Thompson. 2 pass deflections today. In coverage, one-on-one. One-on-one, folks. In the middle of the field. His weakest area. And he got 2 pass deflections. Well done, sir. That's what we want. Let's go. We got 2 tackles for a loss from this dude. 5 open field tackles. What a day for Shaq. Dude, I'm pleased. I'm very happy with his performance today. I need more of that. I need more of that right there. That was... Yes. Yes, very much yes. Alright, so CJ Henderson. CJ got burned on a few plays, but, you know, not as bad as Keith did. But, you know, he still made the open field tackles. You know, he still made the run stops when he needed to. You know, there's opportunities here for him to kind of learn and grow from this. And, you know, I think once he starts looking at the tapes, he'll say, oh, that's what I should have done. You know, type deal. And Steve Wilkes will be like, yep. There you go. There you go, big man. You're learning. You know, I like CJ, man. I like him. Alright, so Justin Burris, you got 4 total tackles for the day. Gross Matos, 4 total tackles for the day. Nothing too special there. Matt Iniditis. Excuse me. Matt Iniditis won the run stop. 4 assists. You know, but he was part of a bigger role here on stopping draw plays and ISOs and little handoffs, you know, up the middle. Either to the left or to the right. So you had about 2 or 3 of these guys jumping in there, plugging up the gaps. Good job, guys. You know, the run stopping today was excellent. Yeah, and granted, I'll downgrade that to great because of the fact that, you know, this is the worst team running the ball in the league right now. 32nd, dead last. So I'll downgrade that to great because of that. However, we made serious progress towards run stopping this past week. Andy says, I can't remember his name, but how is that rookie offensive tackle doing? He was picked number 6 overall. You're talking about Ike Ekwonu. Ike Ekwonu, yeah, let's talk about him. I haven't covered him much tonight. Icky has had pretty much a penalty a game. And I mean, Excuse the lack of sleep. It's been a busy week. But yeah, Ike Ekwonu. He's had a penalty a game, and he's kind of 50-50 winning those battles against some of the better players out there. But at some point, he does buckle. And he makes rookie mistakes. He's been the cause of a few sacks now. You know, it's not been the most beautiful situation with him, to be honest. Am I ready to give up on him? No. Am I ready to say he's groomed for a backup role? 50-50. I've seen moments where he has battled some Pro Bowlers, you know, and actually done pretty well. You know, like today, there were a few moments where, you know, he held his own. And I said, okay, you know, maybe he can do this at this level, you know. Maybe he can play at a starter level. And the problem is he's inconsistent. So, what I need to see is some consistency from him and some execution and some technique. Footwork, hands, the whole 9 yards. Get him coached correctly. And, you know, get him coached up. And, mostly his technique is what I want. Because I do see the potential in him. I do see that he can do it. It's just a matter of cleaning up these penalties, you know, cleaning up the dumb stuff. And Brady Christensen is not helping because he's been contributing to some of these penalties. But, you know, it's setting a bad example. You know, and the whole line is kind of undisciplined at the moment. So I need to see these guys find that discipline, first of all. Let's cut down on the penalties, which we did today, for the most part. You know, you don't want to see an ineligible man downfield. You know, you don't want to see a holding penalty unless you are really facing one of the top 5 in the position you're guarding against. Then fair enough. You know, I don't have a problem with that. One holding penalty a game, you know, not a big deal. You're dealing with Von Miller, you're bound to have a holding penalty. Come on. He's Von Miller. You know, when you're dealing with people like of that caliber, okay? I know we didn't physically play Von Miller this year, but still, players of that caliber is what my point is. You know, you're bound to see at least one penalty a week. You know, that's fine, holding-wise, when you're dealing with that. If you are not playing against somebody of that caliber, then there's no excuse why you should see a holding penalty. You know, what we did cut back on is the false starts. We did not have... So, that discipline is good. John Madden always said you could call holding on every play if you wanted to. That's true. Technically, that is true. If you look at how these guys on the offensive lines hold these defenders, yeah, you could. He's right. I can't argue with that logic. But you just don't want him to do the YMCA dance and get those hands up and be like, YMCA, bap, you know, and knock those balls down. That's what you don't want to see. As long as you're not seeing that, you're a happy camper as a quarterback. I can guarantee you, if you throw that ball and you hear a thud before that ball hits the wide receiver's hands, that's the sound you don't want to hear. It's like the sound of a basketball hitting the backboard or the rim before it goes in the hoop. You don't want to hear that sound. Or if you're a kicker in the NFL and you hear that second thud, that's the sound you don't want to hear. That's the equivalent for quarterbacks. If you hear that, you know, that's what you don't want to hear. That's not good. And it never leads to good things. We had 8 pass deflections given up in one game before this year. 8. I don't need to remind y'all. That was the Matt Rule era. But still, you know how many pass deflections we gave up today? Only 4. Are y'all starting to understand? This is the Steve Wilks era, man. This is what Steve is doing for us. Offensively, we only gave up 4. That's a beautiful thing. And you got to think, this Rams defense is made up of Bobby Wagner. It's made up of, Aaron Darnold, who you saw play today. And Darnold got a pass deflection. You got a couple of really good guys in the back secondary, that were really making some plays. So, the fact that we only give up 4, that speaks to what we are doing, discipline-wise on the line. That's the change right there. That's one of the many changes that he's made. When Panthers go on the road to Seattle, be ready for... Oof. You talking about from us or for them? Because, honestly, our offensive line is very disciplined when it comes to false starts. Like, it's very rare if you see one. Even Pat Elflein has gotten that under control. You don't see any from him anymore. The thing I'm still concerned about him is his snapping a little bit. You saw a wild one to PJ where he had to whoosh, and go out and grab it. It's like, come on, man. Get it together, Pat. Jeez, man. Run some snapping drills with this dude, man. I'm serious. Because it's awful. I mean, literally, we had 4 fumbled snaps in the Browns game. We got to clean that up. Next year could be the Sean Payton era. Again, Andy, you need to trade for Sean Payton's rights. The Saints still own his rights. So you would actually have to trade players and a pick, or just picks to get this man's rights. So you literally have to move assets to get this dude. And even then, you still would not be able to get him as your head coach until after 2024, when his contract runs out. That's how that works. Yes, you can trade for a head coach, rights-wise. You could do that. That has been done before. It's been pointed out to me. But that's what we want to do. Then that's what we got to do. If you guys want Sean Payton that bad, then what are you willing to give up? And it's going to start with a first round pick and something else. Probably a player. The Saints are going to want a defensive starter, most likely. For Panthers, that crowd gets loud when opponent's offense has the ball, and then they cause a lot of false starts penalties for the visitors. That's true. Oh, sorry, I thought this was after this year. Didn't know it was after 2024 thing. True. Yeah. This is why I would like Steve Wilks' name in the hat even more. Because even after this year, you still want Steve Wilks to be in that competition for the starting job. And I just went through an entire presser with Steve Wilks. And I encourage you to go watch that, Andy, if you haven't seen it already. That presser is such a breath of fresh air for Panthers fans. And especially for me. You know, as somebody that's been saying this stuff over and over and over again, repeatedly on go check that out. For real. You will not regret it, I promise you. Some of the answers he gives, you know, compared to what other coaches give, and he's not giving anything away, and he's just being straight up. He's answering these tough questions. He's going head under heels, man. Right at these questions. That's the aggressiveness I want from a head coach. That's the discipline and the answers that I'm looking for. So, yeah, go check that out. Okay, so let's move on to Brian Burns. 3 tackles today. Not necessarily any pressures, but I feel like they were not recorded. He got some pressures today. So, and one of those 3 tackles was a run stop. Dante Jackson, let's talk about that pick 6, baby. Gotta love the pick 6. Yes, sir. Andy, I know you felt that electricity, man. All the way where you were living at, man. Please tell me you felt that. I mean, that was the shockwave that went around the Carolinas right there. We needed it. That was the jump start, you know, from, you know, after you've had a heart attack and you're just like, you got to get jumped. Clear. I mean, that right there, it's just like, ooh. You know, that's how that felt right there. I was like, dang. That moment after that first energy drink gets into your system every day. You know? I was like, yes, sir. So Dante did give up a touchdown. I'll give him that. He actually gave up 2 touchdowns today. One of them was not his fault. It was just Stafford being Stafford. The other one was his fault. He just got burnt. Straight up burnt. And he could have stopped that. And he didn't. So he gave one and he took one away. And he played most of the game pretty well and he got a pass deflection. So I can't complain, you know. Xavier Woods, 2 tackles. I would like to see him more involved in the run stopping. But we decided to move him back. Which I think was the smarter decision, actually, in the long run. Because you're letting Woods do his job back there and letting him be the coverage. safety that he is. So Wilson, 2 tackles, kind of quiet day for him. Mostly run stopping. Mosby, quiet day for him. Tay Hayes, we finally brought in from the practice squad. And he saw a little bit more action because we got injuries. And it was not a good day for our corners today. Not a good day. And some of that was injuries. Some of that was just bad luck. Burnt, Just because Cooper Kupp is Cooper Kupp. I mean, what do you expect? Dude's one of the best wide receivers in the game right now. Totally under the radar, by the way. But if you had him in fantasy, you got some major points this week. So, props to you if you had him. But I can tell you right now, when we go into this Tampa Bay game, if you got people on the corners list for the Panthers, don't start them against Tom Brady. Don't start them. Because I'm going to tell you exactly what's going to happen. Once Tom Brady discovers our weakness in coverage, he's going to shred us. This is his comeback game, apparently, against our secondary. They're going to try to run the ball because they've been struggling with passing lately. With pass protection, more importantly. So that's what is going to happen coming up next week. What we're going to want to do is, again, every time you do with Tom Brady, you take away his targets. I've been saying the same thing with Matt Ryan. I've been saying the same thing with Russell Wilson. All these elite quarterbacks, take away their targets. Without their toys, they're nothing. They have to scramble around. They have to try to extend the play. And by that point, you've got them right where you want them. They have to scramble out of bounds, maybe getting 2 yards, maybe getting nothing. As long as you've got somebody over there handling that job, not a problem. Piece of cake. The one players, the one guy that we got to worry about is Evans. If Evans is out there and he's a target, we got a problem. Because we got to double this dude up. We cannot let him, go nuts on us. If we let this dude go nuts on us, we're in trouble. Right out of the gate. Because once Tom sees a weakness, man, that's it. And if it's Keith Taylor out there, if it's CJ out there, both of these guys are going to get burnt. I'm going to straight up tell y'all right now. I trust Dante about 70% of the game. At some point, he does get burnt too. By Tom Brady. It's going to happen. So, like I said, man, if you have any one of these corners on your fantasy roster, do not start them against Tom Brady. Do not do it. Major mistake. Because you will be in the single digits. I'm going to straight up tell you that right now. Not the best plan. Alright. Our defensive line will have the most success. Somebody like Derek Brown, if you have Shaq, go ahead and start them. Unless you got somebody better, in fantasy, then start them next week. Because we're going to take advantage of that Tampa Bay offensive line. And we're going to get a lot of run stops, just like we did this week. And some pass rushing on Tom. He's going to run through a lot of communication errors with his offensive line, which he has been. So take advantage of that. Make these guys have false starts. I'm not saying we caused a lot of false starts for the Rams this week, but I think it was mostly just communication issues with the Rams offensive line and Stafford. This is not new. They've been having these issues before they came up to us. So, it's not new. But, we just have to stay disciplined. That's the key. Stay disciplined and win the battles in the trenches. Let's see. The Real Zero Chill asks, nevertheless, the pounding continues. Is Julio still playing? That's a good question. Actually, let me look that up. For you. He's second string right now. What has he done this year? 4 catches for 76 yards. Okay, so he had the 1 catch against the Chiefs. But that was really it. He's not being utilized. So, I think that's a matchup advantage we can take advantage of. And that was a legitimate good question, and I'm glad you asked that. Because I was curious about that too, to be honest. And this does kind of get into the preview for next week, but that's okay. But yeah, Julio's been a non-factor. That's really interesting, man. And for the type of career that Julio has had, that's really interesting there. So let's kind of go back into these stats a little bit. And we held the Rams to 6 for 12 on third down efficiency. That's pretty good, man. You gotta like that number. Alright. Stafford was held to 26 for 33 and 1 interception. Now, if you know Stafford's numbers, this is typical numbers for him. The passing yards, you're looking at 253. That's typical Stafford numbers. No matter what defense you're playing. Let's see. We had goal to go efficiency 2 for 3 for the Rams. And what's curious about this is we had trouble with coverage on those situations. So I said, okay, easy fix. Take these people out of blitz situations in the red zone. Put them into coverage situations. There you go. Problem solved. If you got to rush 3, then rush 3. Sometimes a 3-4 type play is necessary in a red zone situation. Sometimes it isn't. It just depends on who you're playing and what you're dealing with. What the situation looks like. So, here's ours on offense, and this is the really disgusting part. This is where people are going to start cringing. On third down efficiency, we are 2 for 10. Ouch. 203 total net yards. Versus their 360. PJ 13 for 21. There's a lot of screen passes, a lot of dump off passes, and it's just nothing useful, you know. And that's why I say if we were throwing some medium and possibly deep passes, yeah, and I say possibly with an asterisk next to it because we all know PJ can't throw deep passes without overthrowing it to the moon and into the stands somewhere. But that 13 for 21 really reflects 2 incompletions that were really on target, but were just in tight coverage and plays that he knows he should not throw it into. And then you had Jacob Eason out there who had a triplet coverage pass attempt batted down, which was not smart. You know, and you had Robbie not getting the ball at all, you know, and getting kicked out of the game. So, I mean, this is a situation where it's not good. You got to fix the symptom of the center of the problem, which is the play calling. Then you can start to solve everything else here. Because the line did what they were supposed to do for the majority of this game. So you cannot blame the offensive line. Except for maybe a few situations today. You know. We had 3 punts. I mean, your punting average is 43.9. I mean, the dude's an absolute baller at the punter position. And I know I'm not going to get asked this question, but I might in this chat at some point. Why did we not use Hecker in a 4th down and short situation? We did run into one of those situations where, you know, we took the delayed game penalty knowing that we didn't have a field goal, you know, opportunity that we could make with Eddie. We didn't trust it from that distance. So we decided to punt them into inside of their own 20. Field position battle, right? Nothing wrong with that, you know, early on in the game. I have zero problem with that, you know. Once you get later on in the game and your defense is on the field too much, though, that becomes a problem if you do it around that time. But first quarter, I don't have a problem with it. You know, because it's early. You want to trust your defense when it's at full strength, you know, and playing well. Whichever starters you decide to put out there. And like Steve Wilkes said, we did get the running game going. But honestly, the running game should not be your only source of offense. Your little screenplay should not be your only source of offense. You got to push those limits. You got to go further. And that's what we neglected to do. When you got an RPO, you got to have those passing type routes in your playbook. Otherwise, you're not going anywhere. It's just a bunch of running plays at that point. It's useless to do bubble screens because they'll just pick up on it and they'll just load the box up. They'll disrespect the heck out of you. You can't do that, bro. So looking at our offensive numbers, we're looking at CMC with 89 receiving yards. 49 longest. Dude's a baller. Come on. You got Ian Thomas with 2 catches for 22 yards. But none of the rest of these guys even broke 8 yards total on this wide receiver core today. Not DJ, not Chuba, not Shi Smith, not Terrence Marshall. None of them. I saw the stat when we went into the fourth quarter. We only had 16 total yards in the second half. Yikes. Again, this is a symptom of the fact that we don't have what we need to properly run the RPO. It's just simply not going to happen. If you don't have it set up like a proper RPO is supposed to be set up in the NFL, like Baltimore is doing with Lamar Jackson, you are going to fail. It's a legitimate fact. That's why you don't see, Trevor Lawrence putting up the numbers in Jacksonville. That's why you don't see, Watson putting up the numbers when he was in Houston. Although he had a lot of pieces, he didn't have the proper protection. So, it is what it is. There's certain aspects you have to make it run. PJ Walker, 10 for 16. He got sacked twice. Those 2 sacks were not on him. Those were on the offensive line. Those players know who they are. They give up those sacks. But Easton was kind of on his own there. He had a protection, and those plays were kind of on his own. So you can't blame the O-line. So I need to see more of Easton to be able to get a fair judgment call on him. But 3 catches for 5 attempts and 59 yards with a pick in the red zone. That's not good. That's not going to get it done. For me, until further notice, this dude looks like another PJ Walker. He has not shown me the ability to throw the long ball yet as a Panther. He has not shown me the ability to hit medium passes as a Panther. And short game passing, he has made mistakes that were costly. So, until he proves me wrong, he's just a grocery shopping PJ Walker. realistically. Grosser. Yeah, I'm not saying you're particularly the bag boy, not yet. But you're grocery shopping, you know what I mean? You're grocery shopping. So. You got CMC with 69 rushing yards, 5.3 average, 17 longest. Foreman actually did impress me. 3.8 average today, 8 longest. On 5 carry attempts for 19 yards. I mean, give the man props. He got the job done. He actually pushed the pile. I mean, this is what happens when you get proper coaching. You hit the weight room, and you say, okay, something motivated this dude, man, because I was about ready to call it quits on Foreman. Real talk, I was. I pretty much said it on a few streams. This dude ain't it. But again, I go back to that statement I made that some of these guys just need coaching. Who would have thought that Foreman might be one of them? Fancy that. Everybody's been like, oh, Foreman is so good. Foreman is so good. And I look at that 2.5 average, and I go, really? If this guy's so good, why doesn't he have the second string by himself right now? Not to be rude to all the naysayers right now that are just like, oh, well, yeah, Foreman is the best thing since sliced bread at running back, backup running back. And I'm like, no, he isn't. Chuba Hubbard with 2 carries still manages to get 6 yards, 3.0 average, 4 longest. Chuba for right now still is my guy. But if Foreman starts playing like that, man, I could see why the man is battling for second spot at that point. And I'll openly say it. I'll openly say it on stream. When that happens, if it happens. Now watch Blackshear. This is the dude I want y'all to watch. 24-yard return. Broke a couple of tackles. This dude is legit. I think we found our return man. Bottom line, look at the time of possession. 22 minutes. Again, struggling. We gave them the ball, time of possession, 37 minutes. Not good, man. So after the field goal we got in the first quarter, which, I mean, that drive was excellent. I was actually happy with it. We just needed more passing yards, on it. But who's complaining? It's CMC. They got us all the way to the LA 24, So, I mean, that's pretty doggone good. 61 yards. But then you saw punt, punt, punt. Halftime, punt, 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 punt. And then, guess what? Interception. I mean, that's... Look at how long we've had the ball in each quarter. Let's take a look at that. 11 minutes in the first quarter. And we managed just a field goal. Really? Second quarter. 3 minutes and 24 seconds and we did nothing with it. Third quarter. 2 minutes and 48 seconds. And we did nothing with it. Fourth quarter, 5 minutes and 38 seconds. Still did nothing with it. So, what that boils down to is we could not get the defense off the field. Point blank. And that's exactly what Steve Wilks said. On third down situations, we could not get him off the field. Therefore, everything he said is correct. Realistically, I don't see anything else worth breaking down here. I think we pretty much covered everything. We had 7 punts for 51. You know. I'm just kind of looking around for numbers that pop out to me. Yeah, penalties. Penalties, here we go. 3 penalties. That's it. Versus their 7. Think about that for a second. Again, that's that discipline right there that Steve Wilks brings. I have said so many reasons why Steve Wilks belongs in that hat for that head coaching job. I have named reason after reason after reason today why this man's name should still be in that hat. So I'm making my case as we go along here in this stream. And I'll continue to make my case as we go along in the next few games. If you don't keep his name in the hat, you will regret it. I'm going to say that right now. I'm going to say it openly and blatantly. Now, I'm not saying he should be the next head coach right now. I'm saying everything that I've said right now is check mark, check mark, check mark, check mark, check mark, and things you're looking for a new head coach. And I mean, we're going right down the list. It's exciting that he's been able to check off so many of these boxes so far of what a head coach for Carolina should look like. Alright, so Vietnam says, I'm wishing for the first pick in the draft this Christmas. You might just get your wish, man. I think Wilks is either understanding PJ's limits, or he is basically saying we're tanking out without physically saying it, and just letting the schedule run its course and taking what they can from us without us giving back. Hopefully it brings us a future franchise quarterback. I mean, maybe. Yeah. Maybe. I'd like to see us fix that line first. Because, frankly, it doesn't matter what quarterback you bring in. He could be Tom Brady for all we know. And if you don't fix that line, well, I mean, you see the results. Tom Brady just lost to the Steelers because he didn't have an offensive line. Yes, even the great Tom Brady can fall without an offensive line. This is the proof right here. Fix the line first. Then worry about your quarterback. Which, honestly, I believe in Baker right now. I like Baker. I know a lot of people are going to bash me for my opinion here, and I do not care. When Baker gets healthy, I believe in him. Alright, so next comment is, I still don't want Wilks as our new head coach. I liked him before this game, but it's clear to me now that we need a new offensive-minded head coach to bring life to this offense. It's not about bringing an offense. The RPO does not work if you don't have all the pieces necessary to make it run. So Ben McAdoo needs to go. Essentially, is what I'm saying. If you want to try to make this RPO work, you gotta have the pieces. Otherwise, you're wasting your time. These bubble screens are the most basic plays of the RPO, and if you have NFL defenders that are picking it up after the first drive, which they will, you know, you're asking the wrong question. That's the thing here. Why do we have to run the RPO? Why not run a traditional passing offense? Exactly. That's the proper question that you need to ask. Why are we not running a traditional passing offense? Thank you. That's the proper question. Because why are we trying to run an RPO when we know we don't have the talent to do it? Like, there's no point. Yeah, and build the team accordingly. Correct. I mean, this is... Again, I'm not knocking the RPO. I love the RPO if it's run correctly and you got the right pieces. But we do not. So, that being said, none of the quarterbacks that we have right now are RPO guys. None of them. Not even PJ Walker anymore. I don't even think he's an RPO guy anymore. Excuse me. So, I think with Baker, if you say you're going to run a shotgun type offense, then build that accordingly. If you're going to run an RPO type offense, build that accordingly. You know, stop screwing around, get the right people, you know, and get serious with it. If that's what you want to do. But Ben McAdoo doesn't know what he's doing, so therefore we don't have the right people. Plus, Matt Rule is restricting him. And as I mentioned earlier in this stream, Laviska is an RPO type wide receiver. 5 yards in a cloud of dust is what they call it. Essentially what that means is those screen plays that you saw today. Catch the ball and run. Yards after the catch. That's 5 yards in a cloud of dust. Now, if we get people that can run like NFL routes combined with, you know, and mix in the correct NFL plays, basic NFL plays, you know, like slants and post routes and stuff like that, that these guys run on a regular basis, you know. Add all that in with those little screen plays, you know, divide up the carries between the three running backs, you might have something. You know, depending on your protection and your quarterback at that point, you might have something. And I say might with a grain of salt, because if you don't have an RPO type quarterback, you're probably going to be sunk. And I say probably because there are a couple of exceptions like Lamar Jackson or Russell Wilson. You know, if you got that talent, then you're fine. You know, Patrick Mahomes has that type of talent as well. Trevor Lawrence has that type of talent. Watson has that type of talent. So, like I said, if you have that talent, then you should be okay with the proper protection. That's assuming you have the proper offensive line protection. If you do not, you're sunk. Because these pass rushers will load the box. And they will not hesitate to do it either. If you run bubble screen after bubble screen after bubble screen, oh yeah, they're going to load the box like crazy. This is the NFL. You can't just keep doing that. You know, this ain't college. So you got to mix in those plays. Or you're in trouble. That's why I've mentioned, you know, and I'll say this again, you need a hybrid type RPO in order to make it work in the NFL. Hybrid meaning NFL type wide receiver routes mixed in with bubble screens from college, mixed in with a solid running game, protection, and a quarterback that can run. That is what you're looking for. I think we can find a starting center in the second round of the draft. That's the weakest spot on the line to me. Okay, what about Bozeman, though? What about Bozeman? Are we totally ignoring this man? We just got him off the Rams. Super Bowl center. You know? I don't see why we're not using him. Doesn't make any sense to me. You know, if Steve Wilkes knows something we don't, please do share. At the moment, I'm kind of clueless as to why this man's not getting some snaps. Now, don't get me wrong, Pat Elflein has made some adjustments, you know, going into this year, but it's not enough. Nowhere near enough. Vietnam says if he ain't beat out Eflin, something is wrong. Or was it Matt Rule holding Bozeman back in the depth chart and screwing up and not putting him in? Yeah, that's my question is Wilkes changed a lot, but he didn't put him in. Huge question mark for me. What's going on here? What's really going on there? And I don't think we're ever going to get an answer for that. And again, don't tell me it's the height difference. Don't tell me that argument, because Russell Wilson is proving that one false. So, that ain't it. So my question is, what is really going on here? I don't know, but something has come to light. Exactly, man. Something interesting happened there. And when you go back and you watch some of those Rams offensive plays, you know, from last year, you're thinking, okay, well, Bozeman seems fine. What's the difference here? Maybe he couldn't run block. And that's why he's sitting on the bench. And Pat Elflein can. Well, again, this goes back to my problem of why are we trying to do a 70-30 run heavy offense? You know, with bubble screens. Why? Unless you are physically trying to make the RPO work with what we have, and it's just not going to work. You need a pass protecting offensive center in order to make that go. Point blank, that's where we're at. But yeah, that's the RPO though. And yes, there are like at least a dozen teams in college that run the RPO, but Clemson has the fastest tempo running it. Not under DJ, but under Trevor and under Watson. it has become the fastest tempo RPO system out there in college. I mean, you could argue maybe Joe Brady's offense for a minute, but they didn't have that tempo that we did, my Clemson Tigers. They didn't have that tempo, man. And by the way, they're getting disrespected in the polls right now. Did y'all see that? Alright, keep watching. Keep watching. Y'all keep disrespecting my Tigers, man. Watch what happens. I'm telling y'all, Bama lost last week. This Saturday. Y'all better start paying attention to who's losing up in that top 5, because we ain't going nowhere. My Clemson Tigers ain't going nowhere, baby. We're getting another natty. We're getting another natty, baby. We're fighting for another one. You best believe Georgia better be ready. Georgia, Alabama, whoever it is that we face, Ohio State, whoever it may be, y'all better be ready. Because we coming in there with that fire, baby. And I want a few players coming from these top 5 teams in this draft coming to Carolina. I will say this again. This is the last draft class of the great Brent Venables from Clemson that is now an Oklahoma Sooner head coach. So if you want Brent Venables people, now you have to go to Oklahoma to get him. However, we do have a pretty good defensive crew hitting into the draft from my Clemson Tigers this year. So if you want one of these guys, and we got 2 of them on the board, on the radar in the top 10. You know, one of them's a defensive end. One of them, I believe, could be a defensive tackle? Question mark? I have to double check that. But I saw one projection where we had like back-to-back Tigers taken in like the top 10. And I was like, let's go. You know, they had us taking one of them, the defensive end. I was like, yes, sir. I was like, finally. You know, that's what I want, is for us to take one of these guys legitimately, you know, as a need, and to turn it into something great under Steve Wilks. Now, granted, we may not solve this head coaching conundrum until 2024 if you are trading for Sean Payton's rights. So Steve Wilks will take over until that point, if that's what you plan on doing. He can and he will, if you want him to. However, if you decide to go with Wilks, you will not regret this decision, because Steve Wilks is already making those changes on defense right now. I'm loving what I'm seeing. This is only just the beginning. Mind you, we did all this damage on defense without Luvu, without Jeremy Chin, without J.C. Horn. Think about that. I'm urging you guys, think about that. That's what we're looking at going into the Tampa game next week. Alright. Anybody else that you would like to talk about, throw it in chat right now. Now is your chance. I'm going for a couple more minutes, but I got to get some sleep. Busy day tomorrow. Anybody else, folks? Come on. we didn't go through the scores from today. All right. Washington beats Chicago. Not a surprise. Falcons win over San Francisco. Mentioned it already. New England over Cleveland. Interesting. The Jets win in Lambeau. That's the biggest upset of the day. Wow. 27-10. Look at that. I never thought I would see the day where the Jets actually win in Lambeau and they actually outplay Aaron Rodgers. Shocker. Alright, you got the Colts beating Jacksonville. Matt Ryan is better than Trevor Lawrence right now. It's a proven fact. He's got more weapons. He's got more protection. He's got a better defense. Not a shocker. Minnesota 24-16 over Miami. Not a surprise there. Cincinnati 30-26. By the way, Minnesota is now 4-1. They are now 5-1 after this game. And finally, you got Cincinnati 30-26. My eyes are playing tricks on me right now. Sorry. It's late, y'all. It's real late. I've never streamed this late before. But I want to make sure I cover everything. So we don't have to come back and do another stream this week, you know. Because I got other stuff I got to do this week. 30-26, Cincinnati. Bengals are back. Giants.
Petconomics savings
again.
lesson 58. At Petco, you can shower your pet in care while showering yourself.
I have no idea why that popped on, but for some reason it did. These ESPN ads, man, I'm telling you. So you got the Giants now going 5-1 as well. Ooh, excuse me. If you would have told me that the Giants were going to be 5-1 at this point, I would have told you you're nuts. Straight up, you're nuts. There's no way. You know, likewise the Jets, man. If you would have told me they were going to win in Lambeau and be 4-2, 4-2. I mean, now I'm actually curious to see what's going on with this team. Breece Hall, 20 carries, 116 yards, 1 touchdown. Wow. Not bad. Michael Carter, Barrios, 1 touchdown. Okay. Figures he would get a touchdown after I drop him about 2 weeks ago in fantasy. Figures, you know. Receiving, Jets' top receiver is Corey Davis. 2 catches, 52 yards. Out of 4 targets. Huh. I'm learning about this Jets team, man. This is really interesting. You got CJ, 2 catches, 17 yards. You got Tyler, 1 catch for 16 for the Jets. I mean, this is a really interesting Jets roster here. But it's this defense that's really making this thing go. And I'm seeing 5 pass deflections, and I like that number. 9 quarterback hits. And a touchdown defensively for the Jets. Huh. Also notice the 5 tackles for losses. You got 4 sacks. 71 solo tackles. Total tackles, 47 solo.
What do you want to protect and beautify? PPG's paint.
Excellent defense, man. I really like what I'm seeing here from this Jets team, man. This is some wild stuff, man. Some wild stuff here. Some of these guys got 2 tackles for a loss. Some of these guys got 2 pass deflections. I mean, what am I looking at on this defense? Wow. 3 quarterback hits? Quinn Williams. Okay, you got my attention. Who are you, Mr. Williams? You definitely got my attention. Alabama, round 1, pick 3 from the Jets in 2019. I stand corrected. What a pick. For a defensive tackle to get that number? Against Green Bay, of all teams? And a forced fumble? 5 sacks on the year? 13 solo tackles? Wow. Looking at a 6'3", 303-pound Alabama native here. Not bad, bro. Not bad at all. Wow. That's a place we're not used to seeing New England at the bottom of that division. It feels good, man. It feels real good. I'll say that. Wow. This dude is averaging a sack a game. Are you serious? Who are you? That's impressive. I'm going to track this dude, man. Quentin Williams. Not bad, bro. Look at the run stuffs. Two fumble returns in his career? He's already got 5 sacks on the year. Already. And he's only played 6 games versus the full 16 where he got 6 the year before. You're looking at 2013, 2020, that's 7 sacks. And this dude already has 5. Good for him, man. That's exciting. I'm glad I looked into this team, man. That's something I did not expect. It's a weird year. Man. League is flip-flopping. Alright, let's finish up here. Seattle beats Arizona 19-9. Final score there. Not a surprise. Buffalo 24-20 over KC. I did watch the end of that one. That was really interesting. Both teams really did give it their all, man. But end of the day, you know, Patrick threw a pick, so there you go. And Monday Night Football tonight, 26-17. Alright. Let's go to the YouTube chat. and we'll finish up here. Gross Matos. Then get some rest, top 5 pick. Yeah. Right now we're in line for the number 1 pick. As you can see on Tankathon. Now, Gross Matos. What did he do today? Gross Matos. Let's take a look. Gross Matos had a very uninspiring 4 tackles today, but they were good run-stopping tackles. So I can't really say too much, about him. I can't argue for or against him right now. So I mean, if you wanted to move him, you could. Instead of Ryan Burns, I'd be okay with it. But the question is, who do you have behind him? And again, this is... If you move somebody, you have to replace him. Alright, so... we have Henry Anderson behind him. And that ain't gonna get it done. I was actually asked about this week. Oddly enough. And I said the same thing I'm saying right now. If you take him out of the mix, you gotta replace him. And Henry ain't up to starting material yet. Sorry. But I love this move down here, man. Look at these guys. Love Sean Chandler being in second. Thank God. Alright. Love that change on the kick return as well. Beautiful. Alright. All the things that he's doing right now make perfect sense. Great day for Steve Wilks. We may have taken the loss, but we've started the journey towards repairing the damage and healing this team. I'm very pleased, and I'm okay with it. That being said, nothing left to do but to say, keep pounding, stay happy, healthy, and well, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Let's head on out of here, folks. Wow. Okay. Keep pounding, guys. Let's get out of here. Peace.